Hello. Hello. All right, we are live again. Let me just go ahead and post this on Instagram, or actually, I'll do that after. So, hello YouTube world. My name is Nicholas Montez, and you are watching my YouTube channel, The Teenage Movie Critic. Welcome back to another video, or in this case, welcome back to another live stream. Today, this was a very delayed video, a very delayed stream because I was supposed to do this really on Sunday, but then I was gonna do it on Monday, and then I was gonna do it yesterday, but times kept getting delayed and I just kept delaying it. So and so I'm not going to say I'm starting off my 2024 bad, but it's just a little mishap. It's just a little procrastination. Everybody does it. But hey, we got next week. So when we got the rest of the week to prove, I won't procrastinate. So there's that. But anyway, if you guys know, I'm doing my usual ranking all 281 retro and all 149 new releases that I saw in the year of 2023. It's gonna be a pretty good list. I'm gonna try to talk about some of these movies pretty fast because there's a lot of movies to get through, and I'm not gonna spend too much time on certain movies that I don't remember because there are some movies I don't actually remember much. So we're gonna go ahead and get started, but before we do that, let me post this on Instagram, take a picture real quick. All right, come join my live as we talk about movies. Link in bio. Now, I probably could add my. Actually, never mind. All right, I'm going to add a chapter marker. I think maybe I can edit this in my video. Can I? Unless maybe I go here. Okay, no. I guess I have to still edit on the computer. All right, so we're going to start talking about all right, so coming from me on number 281, so the first slot we're doing 281 to 271, so that's what we're on right now. Coming from me at number 281 is Easterland for retro films. This is my Easter pick for 2023. It is a bad movie. All it is basically just bad animation, bad characters, and honestly, it's like you can't really buy into anything because the animation just looks so bad. I don't need to say any much more. Just watch it for yourself and you'll see what happens. But it's not even an enjoyable film. It's just a mess. 280 Transformers The Last Night. Finally saw all the Transformers movies this year. Well, I saw a couple last year, but I finally saw all of them this year. The rest of them. And I can finally say that this movie is a bad movie. It tries to do so much with having the fun action, introducing human characters with Mark Wahlberg and Isabel Fern, or whoever the girl from Instant Family is. And it just tries to do so much, yet it's so cartoon. It feels so cartoonish and the way it does certain things, it's just not a good Transformers movie. It comes in the second to last. 279, Happy New Year. This is my New Year's pick for 2023. It kind of feels like RRR if it wasn't that good. The only good thing about this movie was the action. And normally, I don't really watch, like, I'm pretty sure this is like another one of those Indian cinema films, but I don't necessarily watch Indian cinema, so not my kind of thing. 278, Shirley. Honestly, I'm actually going to regret this because I don't remember this movie, so we're actually going to have to skip over it. 277, Following. This is the first Christopher Nolan film that Christopher Nolan ever made, and I finally saw it, but it wasn't my thing. It's actually my least favorite of all his films that he's made, and that's quite shocking to me because I like a lot of his films, but it's kind of sad that it's my least favorite. There's just nothing about it that makes it pop. 276, Corona Zombies. This is basically like a mix of quarantine with zombies. What if the coronavirus turned people into zombies? And obviously, I like premises like this, but honestly, it just handles it the worst way possible of making it feel like a classic and older film. And I feel like this movie could have been like a zombie movie with present day effects, but I don't think that's what it was supposed to be. 275, the greatest story ever told. I believe this is my Good Friday pick for 2023. I don't know. I didn't necessarily like this movie. I thought it was completely bad, and it was also one of those long, very long movies. And I'm not a big fan of those types of films, so this one did not land for me. 274, Lady in the Water, M. Night Shyamalan's film. I thought it was just completely boring in the way it just handled things. I just thought, like, I thought it was going to be like those videos we would watch in school, and M. Night Shyamalan was going to be handling that, but it does not do that at all. So I was kind of disappointed with this one. Plus, it was just a bad movie. 273, Spy Kids 3, 3D. I'm not a particular big fan of the Spy Kid films, but this one in particular was just not good. It like takes this video game world, and the special effects are just bad, and the characters are just not good. So I just cannot care about this one. 272, The Mummy. Honestly, this just takes the horror person of a mummy and makes it boring. And I don't necessarily enjoy this. So, yeah. And to close out this deal, we got 271, The Nun. Kind of an interesting idea of a possessed nun, but it kind of just feels like a normal little possession film. That's all it really feels like to me. All right, so that's it for that deal. Now the next section will be 270 to 261. Let me check if I still have sound. Hello. Hello. Okay. Okay. So now we're going to do I'm going to start at 9:30. At 9:30 on this thing. All right, so coming from our 270, we have Tesla. This is the Ethan Hawke movie. And honestly, I can't really say much about it because I just didn't really like it. It was just kind of boring to me. I didn't really understand what was going on. 269, The Drop. This is basically a movie where a girl drops her baby their head, and basically the movie is just filled with so much badness in it. The jokes are terrible. The acting is pretty terrible, and the story is just wonkers to me. 268 Father's Day. This is my Father's Day pick for the year. I didn't necessarily like this movie, and it just feels like it's so inappropriate with so much sex. It's so bad. Um, 267 Feel the Beat. This is another one. It stars Sophia Carson, so I kind of thought I was going to like it. And overall, it's just a movie that I was just not a big fan of. Granted, I like Sophia Carson, and I think there are some good scenes with certain good acting, but everything else just kind of feels meh. So I can really get into it. 266 Spring Breakers. This is my spring film for the year of 2023. I cannot get into it. It stars Selena Gomez as well as James Franco from Spider Man. Could not get into it as much. Basically, it's like an actual real life thing of what people do during spring break, and I don't think it really handled that well. It was just gross. 265 Waiting for the Barbarians. So honestly, it just kind of feels like it was this long ass movie, and we got to see barbarians, and it was just so long. I could not get into it. 264 Live Free or Die Hard. Honestly, so I watched the Die Hard films this past year, and as I was watching these films, as we got to the last two films, I started to get really bored. And with this film especially, I just couldn't care about anything in the film that was going on. I couldn't care about the characters. I couldn't care about the story. I couldn't even care about the action because it was just that damn boring. So that's my thoughts on Live Free or Die Hard. 263 Annabelle Creation, fine movie. Never was a big fan of the Annabelle films, but this one in particular just makes everything worse. 262 Magic Mike 2. Wasn't a big fan of the first Magic Mike, but I enjoyed this one, so it's at least quite better. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that one. And I close out this deal to 261 Weird Science. I think this is a Robert Downey Jr. movie. It's fine. There's nothing really compelling about this movie, but that's all there is to it, I guess. All right. So we already finished two rows. So we're already on the 250s. That's crazy to me, honestly. All right. So we'll start. I'm checking to see if I still have sound. All right. Let's start this deal back at 40. Or let's go 50. It gives us some time to catch up. All right. Coming from me at number 260 is Pet Sematary 2. I was not a big fan of the Pet Sematary films, but with this one, the only thing I really liked about it was Clancy Brown basically being possessed, and that's all there was really to it. So, yeah. 260 Bad Education. This was kind of a boring movie, but I think what really bought it for me was Hugh Jackman's performance. Kind of the only thing that saved it for this movie. 258 Sergio. Honestly, I don't really remember anything about this movie. I am very sorry. 257 Spy Kids 2. So like I said, I wasn't a big fan of the first. I wasn't a big fan of the franchise, but this film just kind of also ruins it at the same time, so wasn't a fan of it. 256 Athlete A. Kind of a weird biopic documentary about this athlete, but also deals with like drugs and stuff. It's really weird in the way it does certain things. I just wasn't a fan of it. 255 Wasp Network. Now this was kind of an interesting film of exploring, you know, Mexicans and real life story of that sorts, but at the same time, kind of boring to me. I guess I wasn't too invested into it. It almost feels like something I've seen before, so I couldn't get into it as much. 254 Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. So, if you guys know, I watched the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory films this past December, and I watched Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I watched Charlie, and then I watched the Tom and Jerry film, and then I watched Wonka. I kind of cut watching Wonka because it cut off for me for some reason, but I still watched it. I've watched most of the film. I was like an hour and 32 minutes in. But with Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, I was not a big fan of this one. I think that they took everything that was so beloved about the original Willy Wonka and just ruined it. The scene where they are eating the candy in the chocolate place, it makes it into a disgusting scene. Likewise, Johnny Depp's performance as Willy Wonka is just terrible. There are certain story beats that they try to make work that seem kind of interesting, but they don't really work. It's just it is just a terrible film. And likewise, the Oompa Loompas aren't really catchy. They feel like this thing out of some kids show, out of this Dr. Seuss type thing. So I cannot like it at all. 253 Spider-Man 1977. This is the Spider-Man film that's based off of the TV show starring Nicholas Hammond. Kind of boring. Now, kind of weak. Now, I will say it is. I like the way that it actually portrays some of these characters and the way that it makes it feel like it's an actual comic, like a classic comic book film where you have J. Jonah Jameson and Robbie Patterson, talking about the character of Spider-Man. So all that stuff was actually quite interesting. But other than that, it was just kind of a lame movie and had all this like technology and everything and camouflage. I don't know. I couldn't get into it as much. 252 Hard Kill. I believe this movie stars Bruce Willis and it's an action movie. And honestly, could not get into it as much. It was just not my favorite film. And to close out this deal, 251 is the main event. This is a film that is on Netflix, and it's kind of fun, actually. It's basically what if this boy gets like superpowers from this mask, and I actually had a lot of fun with that, but at the same time, it also handles it with a lot of corny jokes. So it's like it's very entertaining, but you also know it's bad. So that's kind of what I think about the main event. Um, all right. So now we're going to close this deal and go to the 250s to 249. So the first break we'll have is when we complete the 200s. So, and we're kind of getting to that a little bit. We're getting to that in just a little bit, though. All right. So coming from number 250 is Desperados. So Desperados, this was like, I was kind of excited to watch this movie, but I heard some pretty bad things. I was excited to watch it because it stars the girl that plays Dahlia from Aladdin, the remake. And so I was excited to watch it, and then I finally saw it, and it was just exactly as I imagined. Hold on. Are there certain movies I didn't add in here? I feel like there are certain movies I didn't add in here. Whatever, it's the end of the year. I don't care. But yeah, we get Desperados. So Desperados, it's like a movie. They go on this trip. She like tries to get another divorce or something like that. I couldn't really get into it. It was just, oh, it was so boring. And then also the scene where the dolphin hits her in the face with its penis was just crazy to me. 249, The Wrong Missy. This was another film that was not a particularly big fan of it. I like David Spade, but honestly, it's like there are some enjoyable parts, but it feels like you can also know it's bad at the same time. So, yeah. So that's how I'm gonna go for that one. 248, Valentine's Day. This is basically the Valentine's Day movie for my pick for Valentine's Day of this year, and I wasn't particularly a big fan of this one. I thought it was just plain out bad. Um, as it tried to do so many different stories, and it was just not that great. It just did not handle certain things well. S as it just tried to do all these different stories and it did not do good. 247, Book Club. Honestly, this is not a movie for me. This is more for an older audience. And the only thing I really liked was seeing Craig T. Nelson and hearing his voice as Mr. Incredible. Though, even though I know that's not what the film is. 246, Eurovision. This is the Rachel McAdams and Will Ferrell movie from 2020. I enjoy parts of it. They have good chemistry together, but the music is just so weird, and the movie as a whole is just really weird. 245, Island of Lost Souls. This movie was the ultimate decision of that there was no horror figure, yet their movie could not blend well together, so I just couldn't get into it. 244, Make My Music. This is one of the Disney films I decided to check out because I watched pretty much all of them besides this one, and of course before that, Wish. And it was just not a good movie. I mean, honestly, the wartime era is known for not being the most popular era of Disney, but as a whole for this one, I could not really get into it, so it feels like every other film, so it comes towards the bottom. 243, Phantom of the Opera. Just another lifeless film that was just kind of lame. So that's my thoughts on that one. 242, The Last Airbender. This is basically like, M. Night Shyamalan's take on Avatar. I enjoyed it, but I'm wondering if the new one that's coming out, the new show, I guess, is gonna be good. But we'll see how people react to it, and we'll see if I want to watch it. 241, Magic Mike. This one I am particularly enjoy a little more because of Matthew McConaughey, and of course there are some good stripping scenes. But besides that, they're not my type of movies. All right. So after this stream is done, I'm realizing that I have probably missed certain films. I'm pretty sure because there are certain movies I do not see in this list. So once this, or I think after this stream is done, I'm gonna post a little thing saying there are some movies I forgot to put in here. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, and we'll move on from there. All right, so we're kind of exiting out of the 200s just a little bit. Okay, so coming from me at number 240, The Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift. This was the only Fast and Furious film I haven't seen up until now, and I wanted to watch it because I wanted when I did my Fast and Furious list, I wanted to include this one, and it would be weird to have watched all the other ones except this one, and I watched this on my free own, and it was fine. To me, it's the weakest of the Fast and Furious films, but there's still some fun to it. The only thing that I loved about this film was the introduction of Han, which brings him back in the other films. But that's kind of the only thing that I didn't really enjoy about. But everything else was just kind of bad. 239, A Good Day to Die Hard. It's at least better than Live Free to Die Hard, Live Free or Die Hard. But other than that, it is not a good movie. 238, Legend of the Guardians, The Owls of Ga'Hoole. It's the Zack Snyder Owl movie. I couldn't really get into it. Some of the action was kind of cool, but like the characters, it's not that like those they did something bad. I just couldn't really care about it. 237, My Big Fat Greek Wedding Part 2. I really enjoyed the first one, which we'll talk about in a little bit, but this one kind of lame. Just a very lame sequel, and the jokes are bad, the humor is bad. It's just a bad movie. 236, Magic Mike Last Dance. It's at least better than the other films that I saw from Magic Mike, but it's still not a very good movie. Salma Hayek and Channing Tatum have good chemistry, though. 235, Tom and Jerry, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. If you want to see Willy Wonka in an animation, you got that, but it's going to have Tom and Jerry in it. So that's just a warning for you guys there. 234, Spider-Man Strikes Back. This is another one of the Nicholas Hammond movies. And I actually enjoyed this one a little bit more. And what I really appreciated about this film was really the way that they did some of the action and the way, like, there's this camera shot on this rear view mirror that is actually really cool. And so I really appreciated it for that. So it actually improves on certain things with action. 233, Annabelle Comes Home. Kind of the weakest of the Annabelle, easily one of the more weaker Annabelle films, but it's at least a bit better with certain things. But I don't really remember it much. 232, Minions. So I would say this is one of the funnest Illumination films, one of the funnest films I watched of the Illumination franchise. But at the same time, it's also one of the dumbest ones because the Minions aren't characters you can really relate to or connect with. So it easily comes towards the middle section of the list. 231, The Little Mermaid Live. Honestly, this movie is quite good if it was just the animated film. The only scenes where they show the actors are the scenes where they're singing. And I think that's kind of lame. That the only thing that makes it different are the singing scenes, and it's not just its own movie, and it's just done on a live play like Hamilton or something. So I think that's kind of lame. All right. We're kind of almost done with the 200s. We're way past through the 200s. All right. Oh, I gotta edit this thing. Hello? Hello? Wait. All right, coming from 230, we have Women Talking. So actually, as we get onto this list, which I know there are some films I missed because I am gonna have to go back to every single month of the list I did to make sure that I got all of them. But 230, Women Talking. This was actually one of the Oscar picks that I watched, and starting this year, I'm actually gonna do something a little different. Once the Oscar nominations come out, I'm actually going to start watching all of them. So hopefully, with and 2023 has been pretty good for movies this year. So hopefully, most of them are actually already watched, and I don't really have to watch them again. Um, but yeah. But anyway, Woman Talking. This was one of the Oscar picks for this year that won. I was not a big fan of it. I liked certain parts about it, but honestly, I was just kind of bored throughout the entire time. 229, Greyhound. I would say this is another one of the most boring movies I've ever watched, and it stars Tom Hanks. That tells you a lot. 228, Deep Blue Sea. So I'm not in particularly a big fan of the Deep Blue Sea movies. They're fine shark movies. I like Samuel L. Jackson in this movie, and that's the only thing I really enjoyed about it. 227, Good Burger 1. It was a fine film. I actually enjoyed the second film a lot better. Kel Mitchell was fine, but if you like classic Nickelodeon movies, I guess this is one for you. 226, The Wanting Mayor. So I watched a bit of a couple of movies in March of this year, and this one in particular was kind of meh. Eh. I I don't know. It was fine to me. 225, Love, Wedding, Repeat. So this was one that I actually did kind of enjoy. I actually liked certain aspects about this film. It was a wedding, people were doing drugs, but then also were getting high or whatever was going on. There was a lot of fun scenarios, but at the same time, it also just kind of the story was kind of stupid at times. But overall, it was an enjoyable film. 224, Irresistible. It stars Steve Carell, but there are certain like parts about politics that I enjoyed. So I enjoyed that one. 223, Devil Conspiracy. Honestly, as I was watching it, I remember there was a devil and it was like this demon, and that's all I really remember about it. So that's all I could say about it. 222, The Monster and the Girl. Um So this was another one of those Monster Universal movies, and once again, just could not get into this one. And as the gorilla is like the monster place of this movie, just could not get into it as much. I really wanted to like it, but it's just not good. 221, Maybe I Do. A pretty good movie with Emma Roberts, and that's pretty much it for that film. All right, we're getting by this pretty fast. We started this at 3000 at 3000, and we're finishing this at 3410. All right. Coming from number 220, The Last Days of American Crime. This was like a film that explored basically just crime in this city. Some cool action, some cool gunfights, and that's all you really need for a film like that. 219, Detective Night in Independence. Wasn't in particularly a big fan of the Detective Night films, but all three of these really, Detective Night and Detective Night Rogue, which is 218 on this list, both of them are fine. Honestly, I wish they were better, and I kind of wish they had a bit more action better action instead of just gunfights. But that's all I can really say. 217, Expendables 3. This is the pinnacle of what I think a fun movie is. You have Sylvester Stallone give up his old team, then makes a new team, stars Antonio Banderas, and then also brings both teams together and uses them to fight off a bunch of guys. It's so much fun. And the fact that you also bring in Arnold Schwarzenegger plus Harrison Ford in the mix, it's fun. Them shooting guns out of a helicopter, it's really fun. 216, Sucker Punch. Another Zack Snyder movie that honestly was kind of a lame movie. I only enjoyed it because it actually had some fun action, and it had a good cast, but none of them I really cared about, to be honest. 215, All Hallows Eve. My Halloween pick for the year was kind of weirded out because the whole movie just takes place on a TV screen that the kids are watching, but that's all it is. 214, Nope. This was the Jordan Peele movie that came out last year, and I enjoyed his first two films. This one in particular, I just could not get into. It tried to figure out to do so many of these different genre types, and I don't really think it worked. And that was like the big problem with this movie is like it tried to do so many different genre shifts of E.T. and Jaws and all of this stuff. The only scene I really enjoyed was the scene with the chimpanzee where he's going crazy and he kills the people. Everything else was just kind of eh. 213, Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken. So this was another movie that I saw that was delayed from this year because I missed it. And it's not all that. It basically felt like it mixed in Little Mermaid as well as Luca together. Except, why is this girl on land pretending to be a human when she clearly looks like a kraken? It's just very weird. 212, Uncorked. A pretty good. I think this was actually a pretty good family drama, and dealt with this guy who's I think was like a cook, and also this man who had this relationship with his father. So I enjoyed that film. And at 211, Lost Transmissions. I think the best thing about this movie was Simon Pegg's performance. I forgot why he was going crazy, but I remember what it was all about. He had to go like to a mental hospital or whatever. It was just an amazing performance from him, so I really enjoyed it. All right, we're starting to close out the 200s, and we'll get to our first break. Whew! All right. So coming from number 210, we have The Old Guard. This is a Netflix film from 2020 starring Charlize Theron. It's based off a comic book. Was not a big fan of this one, actually. It's like they try to do this action. It felt like they tried to do this thing where these characters can't die. They didn't really have like a good reason as to why they can't die. And then also all the action just kind of felt weird to me. It was a big disappointment for me, and I was really looking much forward to it. 209, The Tax Collector. A pretty fun little movie about Mexicans, in Mexican cartels, and basically you would see in Mexican movies, Mexican cartel movies. It feels like one of the standard ones, so yeah. 208, Fear. Honestly, it is so forgettable. It's like there's these people in this house. The house like shakes and they promise stuff. I don't know. It was weird and I forgot about it instantly. 207, When You Finish Saving the World. This is the guy that stars the movie from the guy from Stranger Things as well as It. The only thing I liked his relationship with that girl and he sang a song to her. That was nice, but wasn't a big fan of that one actually. 206, The Village. It was fine. It was a fine M. Night Shyamalan film. but at the same time was not a fan of it. 205. By the way, The Village has a good cast too. 205, Christmas with the Darlings. This is my Christmas pick for the year that I actually reviewed back on Monday. So I was supposed to review it last Monday, but things kept getting delayed, so my videos kept getting delayed a lot. But Christmas with the Darlings, it was fine. There's better Christmas movies out there. Don't trust Hallmark. That's all I gotta say about that. 204, Annabelle. There's, besides, the rest of the franchise being pretty bad, I enjoyed this one at least. There was something quite interesting about this one where they actually had a scene where someone was going to, like, sew something, and you started getting intense as the finger kept getting near it, and she just cuts her finger, and you feel that tension of, like, of the cut. It was really good, but besides that, not my kind of film. 203, The Happening. So, I enjoyed this one. But it was honestly just kind of a weird movie. Just a very weird one. 202, Split. Wasn't particularly a big fan of this one, but James McAvoy's performance is fantastic. So I'll say that. And to close out the 200s, we have Invisible Agent. Obviously, this movie is pretty lame. It just takes everything that I liked about the Invisible Man movies and just kind of dumbs it down. So was not a big fan of that. But all right, now we are going to be entering the 200s. But since we're basically stopping, we're taking a little break. Gotta make sure the sound is on. Hello? Hello? All right. So I think during this time, I'm going to check the list to see if I missed any movies because I kind of feel like I did. Let me check this deal. All right. So 18 for January, 12 for February, which equals 30. So then we get May. Where is May? Sorry, I'm taking a break. For anyone that joins the stream, I'm taking a break. 13. I'm checking a list. Hold up. $154. Hmm. Right now for September. And then oh, okay. So we only missed one movie, which I kind of feel like I actually think I know what that movie is. So let me go back all the way up here again. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure I know what movie it is. Um, hang on. Um, hang on. So yeah, the movie that I missed was actually A Nice Girl Like You. So technically there was 282 movies in this list. So forgive me for my correction as I correct this. Now I'm going to check the 2023 movies to see if all of that is correct. So we got 12 in February. Seven in March. Five. Interesting. 66. How many movies did I watch in September? 10. All right, so we just missed one movie in the retro films. Everything else is fine. So now we can continue on after this pretty long break. The next break is when we actually reach the new films. So all right, so coming from here 200 is Dracula's Daughter. This was a pretty fine film. Uh wasn't interested into it, and Dracula's Daughter, the only one I know is Mavis from Hotel Transylvania. 199, Death on the Nile. Basically, I pictured the murder mystery these movies as like murder mystery, except in different locations. So Murder on the Orient Express is murder mystery on a boat on a train. This one's on a boat, and then the other one's in Venice. And this one is good enough. The actors are good. I like Letitia Wright in here. But overall, it's just a pretty lame movie. 198, Free Fall, Flight 174. This is my pick for fall of 2024. And honestly, it was just a lame movie. Well, actually, not. It wasn't lame. I actually cared about certain aspects of this movie, but overall, just kind of forgettable. 197, The Equalizer. The first Equalizer film. I enjoyed it for what it was. I just kind of wish it had better action, and I wish it was more of a big pop action movie than just thrillers, which I do like thrills too. 196, The Little Mermaid, Ariel's Beginning. A pretty enjoyable film that tells the backstory of how the music came into be in Ariel's world. Besides that, I don't find it very interesting, but it still has that pop of the Little Mermaid films. 195, Big Barbie, Big City, Big Dreams, Big Dreams, Big City, Big Dreams. The New York setting was fun, but that's all I can really say about it. I'm not a big fan of the Barbie movies. 194, Money Plane. So this is a action movie that's in a plane, and they're like spies. It was fine enough. Just wish the action was a bit better though. That's all I can say. 193, Pet Cemetery. 2019. I enjoyed this one. I thought it was quite better than the sequel that we got from the original Pet Cemetery. 192, Inheritance. So this one, yeah, I enjoyed this one a good bit. But at the same time, it's still not the best movie. I kind of feel like they should do something different. But actually, this movie is about like a guy that's like trapped with a girl or something. But I actually forgot about it since it's been a long time. And 191, The Wretched. That's all I can really say about it. It was fine. It was good. And basically, with this boy with a broken arm trying to stop this demon, it was cool. So I thought it was fine. And the next section, which we'll check if sound is still working. Hello? Hello? All right. So let's go ahead and edit this deal. All right. So coming in for me, number two for 190, Evil Dead 2013. This was my first Evil Dead film I watched. Wasn't particularly a big fan of it, but I enjoyed certain kills about it. But it was kind of a little bit too dark for me. A little bit too dark. 189, The Rental. Kind of an interesting film of what if people rented a house and what if there was like a threat there. Interesting concept. Not the best movie ever. 188, Deep Blue Sea 3. I like the Deep Blue Sea movies a little bit better because they have certain plot lines that work better for me. But this one in particular, I liked the action rather than the actual sharks that kill people. 187, House Party 2023. It at least does better than what the House Party films give it deserve, as it's basically an updated version on the sexiness and everything of a House Party film, which I thought was quite enjoyable. So you get that in this film. 186, Kids versus Aliens. This was like a film. It like kids are cursing. They're having their own little party. Aliens invade, and then a brother invades them. It was just such a weird movie, and yet it's like an hour and like 30 minutes or something like that, or an hour and 23 minutes. It was weird. 185, Spy Kids, the original one from 2000 from the 2000s, 2003, I think. I don't know. It was fine, if I may say. Antonio Banderas was fun as a spy, as a retired spy agent. That was quite fun. But overall, it just felt so kiddish to me. So that's my thoughts on that one. 184, Family Switch. So I like these types of movies where people switch places. I like the idea of Freaky Friday, except this isn't really Freaky Friday. It's Freaky Friday with a family. And there's a lot of fun antics that this thing has. I like all of these people that are in the film, and they all bring to their performances really well. And what's even funny is the dog and the baby switch places, which I thought was quite fun. So that was kind of nice. 183, 300. This is basically another Zack Snyder movie. I enjoyed it better for what it was. But yeah, it was not my favorite film. It was better than Sucker Punch and Legend of the Guardians. So that's what I'll say. 182, Shotgun Wedding. First off, how is it 2023 and Jennifer Lopez still looks bad as hell? Still looks pretty bad. Still looks bad as hell. She still looks fine as hell. Anyway, but the movie as a whole, it's pretty funny. There's some fun action. It's basically what if an action movie was at a wedding. That's all it really is. But I enjoyed it for what it was. And to close out this deal, Dangerous Lies for 181. A fine movie. I believe this is the movie that I saw where someone saves someone in a diner. They get married, and then at the end, that person dies. But it creates a pretty good movie that I like. So it's at 181. Man, it's gonna be a long time. I don't know how long we're gonna be able to do this for. I don't know how long we're gonna be able to do this for. Let me check. Oh yeah, the sound is working, so that means I can go back into my video or the live, whatever. All right, coming from number 180, Sick. This is basically a quarantine home invasion thriller. I was actually kind of excited for this because I'm like taking quarantine and adding that as a like little home invasion film. That's kind of cool. But it just feels like a stand. If you just take the quarantine section out, it feels like a normal home invasion film. Like honestly, there's nothing really unique about it. 179 Early Man. So I finally watched all the Aardman films this past month, and with Aardman, and with Early Man, couldn't really enjoy this one as much. Like, it had an interesting concept, but it like has cavemen playing like foosball or whatever. It was just not the most interesting storyline I liked. So comes towards the bottom. 178, Mission Impossible 2. Obviously, I like a lot of the Mission Impossible movies, so even if this one is in the bottom, it's pretty good. But this one in particular is not my favorite. So, but it's still quite good. 177, The Visit. With this one, I really like the twist, and especially once you get towards the end, you start figuring out a lot of different things, and so you start getting tense as to what's going to happen to these kids. So I like it for that. 176, Spy Kids. Spy Kids, All the Time in the World. This is basically like the time travel movie with the Spy Kids films. I actually enjoyed this one, and this is actually my favorite of the Spy Kid films. Just go check out my review. It's actually pretty good. 175, 80 for Brady. Pretty good movie, but at the same time, it's kind of like it is also kind of like book club where it is not my target audience for this movie, and you should go watch something else. 174, Saw 3D. A pretty good Saw movie. Wasn't particularly a big fan of it, but whatever. I was fine with it. The kills were great. 173, Pet Cemetery, the original one, pretty good. I enjoyed it. With the original Pet Cemetery, it was good. 172, Captive Wild Woman. I remember seeing a lion and tiger fight on the internet just to see what it would look like, and I didn't realize it was from this movie. And I was like, okay, that's cool. The actual movie itself is good, but the horror figure was missing. It needed a horror figure. And 171, Spider-Man: The Dragon Challenge. So this one I like a little bit more than the other Nicholas Hammond films because it actually does something unique with this version of Spider-Man, as he's with this guy, he's with this girl, and he has to go leave to protect her, to protect the father, but that girl doesn't know that is Spider-Man, and she starts to realize, wait, she's Spider-Man, and you were left my father unprotected, and his that has consequences, and that builds like little tension, and I really enjoyed that. And plus, the action is also good. So this is easily my favorite of the low budget TV Spider-Man films. And now we're gonna get into the 70s. So we're gonna do like 20 more movies, and then we're gonna take a big break because I have to use the bathroom. But or actually, I'll just go right now. But hopefully, it doesn't like stop something. But yeah, I'll be back shortly. All right, I am back. All right. Whew. We're almost halfway done through this list, guys. We're almost halfway done through this list, guys. Well, lists, because we haven't started the new releases yet. Yeah. All right. So let me see. All right. So coming from 270, we have the Expendables, the first one. I enjoyed this one. I finally saw all the Expendables movies this year, and with the first one, it was a fine movie. Um, the action was good. I really enjoyed that aspect of it. But besides that, nothing really particularly that popped for me. And I enjoyed some of the other ones better. Well, really, just what I mean by the others, I mean the second one. 169, The King of Staten Island. This was one that I definitely enjoyed. I believe this was my introduction to what's the guy's name in here? Pete Davidson. Yeah, Pete Davidson. This is my introduction to him. He was really funny in this movie, and it was kind of nice to see Long Island, like Staten Island, and did not see any of these other places in New York. So I thought that was kind of nice. So yeah, I had fun with this one. 168, Frankenstein meets the Wolfman. So I actually really dug something about this movie. I really like the way they did the wolf effects and the way that this guy transformed into this wolf. But to me, it just kind of felt like Frankenstein wasn't in it that much. That I kind of just felt like it should have just been a Wolfman movie. So yeah, 167, Girls just want to have fun. I thought it was good. Feels like a classic 80s movie. Um, classic 80s plot, but overall, it's fine. 166, Hop. So this was an Illumination film, and I enjoyed it for what it was. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was definitely like a fine movie. It like it like it did a story of like Easter, and but most of this stuff felt too similar to like Santa Claus and his sleigh, and I don't know. I just couldn't really get into it that much, but it was still a very enjoyable film. 165, My Spy. So I actually really enjoyed this film. Dave Bautista was fun in it. But at the same time, I wish the action was better. But it was still a very enjoyable time for Dave Bautista as this spy. 164, Detective Knight Redemption. This is the Christmas movie for Detective Knight, and it was definitely my favorite because it was Christmas, it was an action film, and it basically takes that into its consideration. So I enjoyed it for that. Now we're starting to get into this part of the list where the movies started to get a bit better for me. So 263 to 163, MLK FBI. I enjoyed this one. Every time I watch a movie with Martin Luther King in it, it's always usually good. And this was my pick for Martin Luther King this past year. And what's also interesting is if you watch, I heard that they're going to be releasing something about him in the FBI in like 2025 or 2026 or something like that. So I'm interested. One of these years in the 2020s, I'm excited to see what that's going to be. 162, Navalny. Pretty good movie. Pretty good little film. Um, it won Best Documentary at the Oscars this past year, and I liked it for what it was, and it was nice to kind of now know about a little bit more of this story. So I enjoyed it. 161, Life Upside Down. So this was also based on actually this was a quarantine movie of these people that had this love for each other, but also were social distancing. And so I enjoyed that for what it was. Yeah, we're done with that section. Now let's move on to this other section of the video. So this is actually going to be the last one before we get to the new releases. So 160, Deep Blue Sea 2. So this is my favorite of the Deep Blue Sea movies because it actually has a better plot than most of them, but it's still like a pretty bad movie, but I can enjoy it for what it is. 159, Lincoln. This is not Christopher Nolan. That's a different movie. This is Steven Spielberg's take on one of the most famous people on Earth, one of the most famous presidents, and I thought that the guy that played Lincoln was really good. It feels like everything they've watched at Disney World with all the president animatronics feels like it's all put into this one big movie. But at the same time, like I'm not interested in these pastime politics, so wasn't into it as much. 158, Parasite. This was if you guys look at my films I've watched, it's the most popular movie, and for some reason everybody is loving it. But for me, I thought it was fine. Like I feel like there's other movies that could have won Best Picture at the Oscars in 2019 for 2019 films. So for me, it was fine. 157, All Quiet on the Western Front. This movie won a bunch of. Oh, actually, it was one of the movies that won a lot of awards at the Oscars this year. And I thought it was good. It wasn't great, but it was good. 156, 1776, my 4th of July pick for this year, and it was actually quite good. I enjoyed it. 155, Transformers. So as the first Transformers movie, I thought it was actually really good. Obviously, there's some humor that doesn't really work, but once you get the Transformers coming in and get all the awesome action during the city, it is quite awesome. So I think it's good for that. 154, the half of it. This is a Netflix original film, I believe. It's fine. I enjoyed it for what it was, but that's all I can really say about it. So yeah, and it's a nice little love story. 153, Magic Camp. This one was a fine Disney Plus original movie. The thing is, a lot of Disney Plus originals got taken off, and so I couldn't watch this one on Disney Plus, so I had to look it up. But it was fine. Definitely not a movie. And the thing is, I missed it in 2020. But I kind of feel bad because I'm like, but like I was also in Disney World at the time when it came out. But at the same time, I'm glad I didn't see it because I knew I wasn't gonna like it as much. 152, Project Power. So this was also a movie that came out during the month of 2020, and it was quite good. I enjoyed it for what it was. It was okay. Jamie Foxx is fun in it. Joseph Gordon-Levitt is good in it. So that's all I can really say about that one. And then finally, 151, Saw 2. Yeah, Saw 2. This one is fine. Honestly, I don't really enjoy any of the other Saw movies. I just like the first one really because it really just feels better. Now, I did see Saw X, which is going to be on this list, but I don't have many positive things to say about that one, unfortunately. But that's this part of the list. And now I'm going to do. All right, so coming from number 200 and 150 is Mamma Mia. So this was a film for my pick for Mother's Day of this year. I actually really enjoyed this one. It was a fun movie. and the characters. It was a fun musical. It was a fun movie. It was just a fun everything. 149, Mission Impossible, the original one. And overall, really dug this one. Really dug this movie. And what's so fascinating about this one is it's so different from all the other Mission Impossible films. It's supposed to be like based off of the TV show, but it works like really nicely. So I actually really enjoyed this one. 148, Togo, the Willem Dafoe dog movie from Disney Plus. I watched it for the 4-year anniversary of Disney Plus, and it's good. It's pretty good, but at the same time, it's not my favorite of the Willem Dafoe of Disney Plus movies. So it was fine. 147, Wide Awake. This is the first one of the first M Night Shyamalan movies I watched, and it was okay. It was pretty good. It's kind of crazy that most of his movies, like some of his first films, Signs, Unbreakable, Sixth Sense, they all have these like whiny kids, but they tend to know more about situations. So it's kind of weird because of that, but overall, I enjoy Wide Awake. Then we have 146, Barbie Mermaid Power. And actually, basically, Barbies as mermaids, I enjoyed that, so it was fun enough. 145, The Willoughbys. I remember watching this movie in January, but the thing about it was, I remember that went to bed pretty late last night. It was a nice animated film, and it has some clever twists where you care about the characters, so I enjoyed it. 144, Animal Crackers. This is basically when you eat an animal cracker and you turn into that animal of the animal cracker, and it was a fun movie. There's plenty of like very famous people in here that play characters, and I just thought it was super fun. 143, Insidious 2 Chapter 2. Honestly, I really enjoy all the other Insidious sequels besides Insidious The Red Door. And number 142, Insidious 3. Pretty much both of these movies just do such a clever way of continuing this franchise and do new scary thrills. But 141, Ghosts of War. What this movie does so interesting is it's a horror film that's a war movie. That the horrors of war is usually why it's a house of horror film, but it's also a war movie that is a horror film. I'm like, it's really cool. So yeah, I'm like that was something really exceptional for me. All right, and now we are going to start talking about the new releases of 2023. All right, so coming from here at 149 for new releases, the worst movie I saw this year for new releases was Teen Wolf the movie. I probably might be out of the league here because I did not watch the TV show on Paramount Plus. But at the same time, I didn't really care about any of the characters. I didn't like the action, and I didn't care about the story. So this one comes in last place. And yeah, 148, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. This is the deception for most disappointing film of 2023, as every idea that this movie had just disappointed from it. Even our characters don't have any arc with them. You miss the X-Con crew. The Quantum Realm is quite interesting. Kang the Conqueror is a villain that kind of pops, but other than that, the movie just does not do anything interesting with its premise. 147, best Christmas ever. From the performances to the story to everything, this movie looks like a lame Hallmark movie. The story does not come well together. It's just a lame movie. 146, The Drop. We actually already talked about this film, so we're actually going to skip it, unfortunately. 145, Expendables 4. Another disappointing movie that was a film I was quite excited for, but I heard so many bad reviews for it as it's basically a big CGI fest film. But I enjoyed some of the action, but I just didn't like the way they did the story, and the characters were not good. And it basically just feels like a normal film with Jason Statham. And once you take out Sylvester Stallone in it, it just feels so weird. 144, Old Dads. This is like a film where dads tried to do a message with dads and mothers and all this stuff. And it was just not a good movie. Just very well acted. Not very poorly acted. 143, It's a Wonderful Knife. So I watched It's a Wonderful Life to get ready for It's a Wonderful Knife. And I thought this film was pretty bad. It takes the interesting concept of taking the parallel world of what if this girl didn't exist and how many people would be dead. And this movie did not handle that premise well. It did not do well for that premise, and it just fails on everything it's trying to go for. So I did not like this one. 142, Magic Mike's Last Dance. It was at least a bit better than that one. Wait, hold on. Did I miss it? Oh yeah. I already talked about Magic Mike's Last Dance, so we'll skip it. Hold on. Let me fix something real quick. But coming from 141, Shazam 2: The Fury of the Gods. Disappointing sequel. The action was fun, some humor was fun, and there was a great score in there, but the story, the way the characters were handled, and the post-credit scenes were awful. Just a lot of terrible things, and the Wonder Woman cameo just did not make any sense. So it comes in towards the bottom. All right, now let's get back to retro films. Now we are talking about the 140 through 131 for retro films. 140, The Invisible Man, and 139, The Invisible Man Returns. I enjoyed both of those films. The first film I thought did a good job at introducing this Invisible Man character, while the second film, Invisible Man Returns, viewed him as this invisibility being a sickness. So I enjoyed that aspect about that story. 138, Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen. Pretty good enough Transformers movie. Possibly probably my favorite of the Transformers movie that is funny, but it also has some very impactful action, and the arc of Optimus Prime coming back in the end was fun. 137, There's Something Wrong with the Children. Pretty good premise, and the children are very creepy in this film. 136, Summerland. Pretty good film. It was a nice little story about these people where the son's parents found out they were dead. So I think it brings an interesting story to that. 135, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. I enjoyed this one. I really enjoyed the interactions between him and his father and Sean Connery, but I just kind of enjoyed the other ones, which is Kingdom of the Crystal Skull and Raiders of the Lost Ark. 134, Somebody I Used to Know. A pretty good story that handles a lot of emotions really well, and I just thought it was a solid movie. 133, Insidious The Last Key. Easily my favorite of the Insidious films, that handles a lot of the characters right and really does a good story that is captivating and threatening. 132, After Earth. So this was like a Will Smith and Jaden Smith movie where they do a movie together, an M. Night Shyamalan movie. It's kind of an original world, but it feels different enough for M. Night Shyamalan. And I don't know if Jaden Smith and Will Smith do movies together still, but they need to come back and do more. 131, Baby Ruby. This is basically like a movie of what if a mom was thinking she was going crazy with her baby, and that's basically the premise of the movie, and it quite works for me. Whew. All right, so now going back to new releases. All right, so now we're going to start off again with 140 for our new releases. The Magician Elephant. Fine animated film about an elephant. I thought it was okay. Not really much to say. Anything else? 139, A Tourist's Guide to Love. This was kind of fun about, tourists finding love. Chupa, 138. Basically E.T., but in the present day, not as good. 137, The Devil's Conspiracy. Already talked about it, so we could skip it. 136, Peter Pan and Wendy. One of the most disappointing Disney remakes I saw this year. And I mean, we only got 2 Disney remakes this year. Both this one and Little Mermaid, but Little Mermaid's going to be way higher up. But yeah, yeah, but this one just had no flair. There was a little bit of interestingness with Peter Pan and his relationship with Captain Hook, but it just did not do anything interesting with it. 135, World's Best. This basically takes the character, honestly, the acting was kind of weird for me. The music was good, but I thought it was fine. It was severely fine. 134, Detective Knight Independence. Well, actually, I already talked about all the Detective Knight movies, so we could skip it. 133, Fear. Already talked about it, so we could skip. 132, Saw X. Yeah, I have it this low just because, like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of these Saw movies, and I like the other one. I like the first one, really. I just like the first one. And Spiral. And Jigsaw. But those were the other ones. And 131, they cloned Tyrone. This is basically like if you eat chicken, it like clones people. And it stars the guy from Star Wars who played Finn, as well as the girl that plays Monica Rambeau in the Marvels. Pretty fun movie. Pretty good movie. All right. All right, I'm going to take this time to take a quick bathroom break. So I'll be back. I haven't been checking the sound lately, so let me go ahead and check that up real quick. Let me check that real quick. Okay. So, where were we? Oh, yeah, we are at the retro movies for 130 through 121. Uh, then we have, so for 130 through 121, 130, My Big Fat Greek Wedding. Um, Pretty good movie. I really enjoyed this one. Maybe it's just because I really enjoyed Elemental. So that's probably why I enjoyed it a lot. Because the Greek stuff felt a little bit similar to like the fire people in Elemental. But I also just like the love story of these two people, so it was nice. 129, White Man Can Jump from the original one starring Woody Harrelson. I enjoyed this one. This was definitely a fun watch for me. Um, and it was just nice and to see all these relationships between all these people. But the remake for me is a bit better for me. 128, Sharper, another movie that I actually did like, and I thought the intertwined of stories was quite good, and it reminded me of Pulp Fiction in ways, but Pulp Fiction did way better. So yeah, I liked Sharper, and it was good. 127, The Locksmith, pretty good little movie. It's a good little thriller action movie. Ving Rhames is in it, and it has some like story with family that you care about. So I enjoyed that. 126, Blood and Money. I also enjoyed this one. Basically, this old man who's like in an action film. I enjoyed it. 125, The Curse of La Llorona. Yeah, I enjoyed this one a lot too. It may not probably be a Conjuring movie, but I still liked it, and it's easily one of my more interested favorites of the Conjuring films. 124, The Equalizer 2, easily my favorite of the Equalizer movies. Yeah, and the action was quite better, and you also got Denzel Washington's performance is pretty good, and Pedro Pascal is also good in it too. 123, Extraction. So finally saw the first Extraction this year, and I think the best thing about when it comes to this film is just the great choreographed action in the way it's shot, in the way it's done. It's just done so well for an action movie fan, and I just absolutely love it. Well, I mean, I don't love it, but it's very good as an action film. Speaking of action movies, coming in for me at 122, we have John Wick Chapter 2, another really good, solid action film that deals with a lot of great stuff. And overall, I thought it did pretty well for what it was going for. Easily the one scene that I can remember from this movie that was great was when he stabs someone in the ear with a pencil and then just shoves it in. I'm like, that is so gory. It's great. 121, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. I thought this was a very enjoyable sequel. I probably should put it this lower because I liked Last Crusade more, but yeah, Temple of Doom is still good. Ke Huy Quan is great in this movie. Is pretty great in this movie. So yeah, fun Indiana Jones film. All right, we're gonna get back to new releases now. All right. So coming in at 130 is The Outlaws. So this is a Netflix original film that has a pretty good cast in it too. I enjoyed it, but it kind of felt unpleasing as it was a marriage couple movie, but at the same time also a action comedy film, and it kind of mixed weird. But I still kind of enjoyed it, so I'll forgive it for what it was. 129, maybe I do. Technically, I already talked about this, so we can skip it. 128, House Party, so we can technically skip this one too. 127, Kids vs. Aliens, already talked about it, so we can skip it. 126, Insidious, the Red Door. Overall, was kind of disappointed with this one, but still kind of enjoyed it. as I was watching it, it's very dark. Like the screen, it was very dark, so I couldn't really see much of anything. 125 Biosphere, a good enough movie. It came out in the middle of July, but nobody was really asking to watch it. 124 Rebel Moon Part 1. I was kind of excited for this film because I watched The Dirty Dozen and The Magnificent Seven before this movie to prepare for it. And it had some good tension. I thought some of the action was good. The world was cool, but overall it was just kind of boring for me. So couldn't really get into it as much. 123, A Haunting in Venice. So a good little horror movie that takes place in Venice. And easily, this is my least favorite of the murder movies, but I still enjoyed it more than others. 122, Candy Cane Lane. A pretty good movie. Eddie Murphy Christmas film. That is good enough. And I enjoyed it for what it was. 121, The Equalizer 3. Easily a film that I definitely enjoyed. He's my least favorite of the Equalizer films, but I think it still has that some cool action, and I like that Italy or Europe was like this place that felt like an actual character, so I thought that was cool. All right, now we're getting to the top 20s, back to new releases, back to retro films, actually. Hello? Hello? Okay. All right, so coming from at 120, we have Norma Ray. This was my Labor Day movie for the year, and I thought it was good enough. It was good enough, and that's all I can really say about it. Sally Field's performance was, of course, great too. 119, Cutthroat City. Overall, really enjoyed this one. It was nice to see Shamik Moore in something different than him playing Miles Morales. But besides that, it was actually a pretty good film. So I liked Cutthroat City. 118, Plane. Basically, this is kind of like Die Hard on a plane. If the plane crashed and a bunch of passengers landed in this like Pacific island. So I thought that was good. 117, The Bad Guys. Very unique DreamWorks animated film that has unique animation style, but also the characters are fun and the story pops. So I enjoyed this one. 116, Words on Bathroom Walls. This was one that I also liked that kind of felt relatable, but also it was just a film about this guy with this mental state, this kid with this mental state, and was dealing with all this stuff. And I thought it was a pretty good performance. And I thought it was a pretty good movie, so I liked it. 115, Murder on the Orient Express. Like I said, this is basically murder mystery on a train. And it's actually really good. And you're trying to figure out who killed who. But it's the more serious version without any jokes. And I really enjoyed that. And the fact that Johnny Depp is the one that actually is the one that gets killed is kind of crazy to me. 114, Murders in the Rue Morgue. A pretty fun, actually not fun, but really good little movie. The only problem is that this is where I feel like the franchise started to get weird because we didn't really have a horror figure. And that's the thing I liked about these movies is we got horror figures. And this was kind of like the first one where we didn't really get that. 113, Us. Pretty good follow up to Get Out. Winston Duke and Lupita Nyong'o's performances were awesome. And I liked the story a little bit, but it was not perfect. It was not great. There are certain story elements I did not like about it, but it was good. One 112, Transformers: Rise of the Beasts. Not a good Transformers movie. To be honest, I don't find the hate when it comes to these movies. They're good enough. I know they may give you the same thing, but that's kind of why I like them. They're not trying to be the next big thing. They're just trying to entertain, and that's all it is. But coming in on 111, we have Megan. Pretty good. Android robot film where the robot doll comes alive. It's pretty good. It almost feels like it's a spin on Chucky and Annabelle, except better. I thought it was quite better. The thing is, I haven't seen Chucky, so I can't comment on that. But yeah. All right, let's talk about some new releases now. So coming from 120 is The Nun 2. I enjoyed this one. I enjoyed it much better than the first one, and I think what buys it is Storm Reid's in it, and it actually is a bit more shorter, and it actually has a smaller cast. 119, Leave the World Behind. Pretty good movie, but also kind of boring because it doesn't really feel like it leads anywhere. 118, Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken. Already talked about this one, so we'll skip it. 117, Shotgun Wedding. Already talked about it, so we'll skip it. 116, Spy Kids Armageddon. This is basically the true definitive video game Spy Kid movie. Zachary Levi's in it that added this little thing into it that made it pop. That's like he's like the Antonio Banderas, but he's doing his own thing. So I thought that was kind of cool. 115, Dashing Through the Snow. A fun take on Black Santa Claus, but it almost feels like I don't know if he really captures Santa Claus really, but it was good enough. If you like Black Santa Claus, you now have it. 114, Ferrari. This is basically like Adam Driver in an Italian true story movie in cars. Almost felt like it was trying to be too much like this present day's mafia movie, this present day Godfather movie, but it wasn't doing a good job at it. So I was severely disappointed with Ferrari. 113, No Hard Feelings. I liked this movie, but I wish that it had better stuff in it. Jennifer Lawrence was good in it. Was actually really funny in it, and the fact that she beat guys up while she was naked on the beach was kind of crazy. But yeah. 112, The Perfect Find. Gabrielle Union, once again, she's another one of those gorgeous women on the planet. But the movie also has a pretty good story as these two people fall in love. And the way that they meet in the end is quite nice, so I liked it. I liked Noah on The Perfect Find. And then 111, it's Sick, so we'll just skip it because we already talked about it. All right. Hello. Hello. So coming from here at 110, we have Despicable Me for retro films. 110 for is Despicable Me. The original Despicable Me, finally saw it this year. I thought it was good. It was a pretty enjoyable film for me, so I really enjoyed it. And the Minions are fun, and the pop culture songs are also really fun. 109, Despicable Me 3, easily my favorite of the Despicable Me movies. It's very fun. It's funny. They use interesting arcs for the characters, and the villain is also quite fun. So finds another way to be kind of fresh and brand new in the Despicable Me franchise. 108, The Meg, easily one of the most fun shark movies ever. As there's some fun shark action, you get to see a bunch of kills, and it's fun to see Jason Statham punch a shark in the face. So that was quite fun. 107, The Expendables 2. Easily much better than the first film, but also finds a way to have fun with all the other characters as well as doing more awesome action, and it's awesome. 106, Dracula, the first film of the monster films that I thought was very, very good. The way that this guy portrays Dracula is so powerful and power inducing. Really, really liked it. And yeah, 105, Doggone. This was one that I also particularly enjoyed. About this dog who goes missing, but also realizes this boy is also sick inside too, not because of his nervousness for finding his dog, but personal issues. So I overall really enjoyed this one. 104, Frankenstein. So this is my favorite of the Universal Monster films, as it basically just does so much unique storytelling throughout it. And it does a simple story of Frankenstein being feared but also being kind to other people, and I just really enjoyed that story of it. So yeah. 103, The Old Way. This is a western from 2023 starring Nicolas Cage. He gives a good performance, but besides that, there's not much to really talk about here. It's a good western. That's all I can really say. 102, John Wick Chapter 3, Parabellum. Easily one of the best action movies of the last century, as it basically just does so much great stuff with including horses, including dogs in the fights, including Halle Berry into the fights, and doing all this cool stuff. It does action in such very unique ways. Um, and for 101, Raiders of the Lost Ark, very iconic adventure film. Does a lot of unique things with it, and I really, really enjoyed Raiders of the Lost Ark. And that completes the hundreds for our retro films, which will now start closing out the hundreds for the new releases now. All right, so coming from 110, When You Finish Saving the World, I actually already talked about this one, so we will just skip this one. 109, Heart of Stone, good little action movie on Netflix with Gal Gadot, but at the same time, it almost feels like everybody keeps comparing it to like Mission Impossible, like it's gonna be the Mission Impossible of the Netflix movies. I do not believe that, but whatever. 108, Haunted Mansion, pretty good enough movie, but honestly, while it is disappointing for me, that's kind of what I was expecting from Haunted Mansion. I didn't really care for it as much. 107 Happiness for Beginners. Okay movie, pretty funny. Nice movie about finding love. I enjoyed it. Last Voyage of the Demeter. It's basically a Dracula movie. Kind of almost reminded me of Devil Conspiracy, but not as good. So yeah. 105 80 for Brady. Okay movie. I already talked about it. 104 The Mother. Good movie with Jennifer Lopez as this action hero who protects her daughter, and there's a lot of good action, whether it's hand-to-hand combat in the snow or shooting people down on bikes. It's just really cool. 103 Family Switch. Already talked about it, so we'll skip it. 102 The Marvels. Easily, this movie is one of the funnest films I watched in the MCU. As you know, our trio of the Marvels are fun. Kamala Khan was easily the MVP of this movie. The action was quite fun, and overall, it was just another fun MCU film. This is like the Black Adam for me of the DC of the MCU. But coming from me at 101 is True Spirit. A good movie about this girl that travels across the ocean and makes it good true story. All right, let's get back to new releases with 100 through 91. So we are in the 2-hour mark, and we are almost done with this. We are now in the hundreds now, guys. Hello. Hello. All right. So coming from me, number 100 for 100 is RRR. So this was a film that won Best Song at the Oscars this past year, plus made a performance at the Oscars, and I thought it was good. I thought it was actually really good. It's not my kind of movie, but I may want to check. But I've heard so many things about all these different Indian cinema films, so I'm kind of interested in checking them out, but I'm not quite sure. If they put out another one, then maybe I'll be interested. 99, The Pickup Artist. I actually really enjoyed this one. Robert Downey Jr. is really good in this one, and it's just a nice little drama. 98, Back to School. This was also Robert Downey Jr. in high school. Really enjoyed it. Almost looks like Ferris Bueller at times. But also just this old man who goes back to school and has to find and basically falls in love with his teacher. It's just kind of a nice story. It's a pretty good story, and I enjoyed it. 97, the original Hunger Games. Really enjoyed it. Fun characters, great acting by Jennifer Lawrence, but the action I feel like could have been a bit better. 96, The Hunger Games Catching Fire. Easily a better sequel. I think it expands on the world, it expands more on the characters, and the action's better, and the twist at the end that there were never no 13 districts was kind of shocking. 95, John Wick Chapter 4, easily one of the best action movies this past decade. Now, technically, if we're talking about John Wick films, this would be like an A+, but as a normal film, it is a B+, because I feel like the story is quite good, but it almost feels like it's just action throughout for almost 3 hours. And for me, I like that sort of thing. Not all the time, but it's good. But everything that it improves, everything that it does with action, it is amazing. 94, Turtles Forever. This is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles crossover event. I watched this to get ready for Mutant Mayhem that came out in August, and overall, I really enjoyed it. Granted, I never actually watched any of the Ninja Turtle series that were like back in the day, but I enjoyed this crossover event that, and we actually got to see all the other iterations of Ninja Turtles across the Ninja Turtle multiverse. So I thought that was kind of cool. 93, Mission Impossible 3. Now, I wasn't a big fan of the first two Mission Impossible films, but once we got to that third one, I'm like, okay, I'm digging this. It has nice stunts, it has some really cool action, and Dustin Daniel Hoffman, no wait, or what's Seymour? Yeah, Philip Seymour Hoffman was a pretty good threatening villain. 92, Bumblebee, easily my favorite of the Transformers movies, as it has heart and it does a simple story by just doing focusing on one Transformer. And Haley Steinfeld was also pretty great in this movie too. But number 91, Murder Mystery, easily one of my favorite films from the Murder Mystery franchise, and easily a good addition to this one. So I really enjoyed Murder Mystery. And so yeah, now we're gonna get on to new releases. Okay, so now we have 100 through 91 for the new releases. For number 100, Life Upside Down, already talked about it, so we'll skip it. 99, Chang Kin Dunk. Thought it was a really good, well acted movie. Told a pretty good story, but at the same time, wish we could have seen Chang Dunk, honestly. 98, Boston Strangler. Pretty good movie. I enjoyed it for what it was. And overall, it was a good little crime movie that back in the day. 97, Indiana Jones of the Dial of Destiny. Kind of disappointing, and I was really expecting more from this movie, and I was expecting this could have been one of the best movies of this year. But like the CGI was pretty great. It was a nice little blockbuster, but it's actually my least favorite of the Indiana Jones movies for me. 96, Sound of Freedom, a good enough movie. I kind of wish this was an action movie so that way I could be more impressed with it, but I liked the movie that we got. I liked it. It was good. 95, Corner Office. Basically, a movie that takes place in an office and shows the life of that. Good enough. 94, No One Will Save You. This is one of the silent movies that I saw in 2023. It's a Hulu original. And overall, I really dug it. It works as this silent movie, as this thriller, and yeah, it's pretty good. Whew. We've been doing this for 2 hours now. Whew. 93, Theater Camp. It's good. It is good. It was nice to see what people do at theater camp and all that, and surprisingly got a lot of good laughs too. 92, Crater. Pretty good movie. I enjoyed it. It was a Disney Plus original. Nothing too crazy about it, but it was good. 91, Butcher's Crossing. Good Nicolas Cage Western, and that's all you really need to know. But yeah. So now we're going to take a little short break and talk about the 90s through 81 for retro films. Hello, I am back. I'm okay. I am back and I'm okay.
I am back and I'm okay.
Okay, so now we're going to do 90 through 81 for retro films. So coming from your at number 90 for retro films, Coffee and Kareem. This is like a little action comedy film on Netflix from a couple years back. I enjoyed it. And it starts as the guy from Hangover as well as the kid from Danger Force. It was cool. I liked it. It was funny. I enjoyed it. 89. We Summon the Darkness. This whole movie just gets me so intense because you have all these little things happening, and it just does such a great job at doing all this stuff. And it's like when the cops come, or even when these girls are doing these things to these guys, it's absolutely crazy. 88, The Breakup. This is a Peyton Reed film. Stars Vince Vaughn and Jennifer Aniston. And honestly, with all the argument scenes, it's actually a pretty well acted movie that can feel relatable at times. And I like certain movies that deal with these types of topics. And yeah, it's just really good. 87, The Lovebirds. Really enjoyable film about this couple that they kind of want to break up, but then they start getting into something and then realize, yeah, we're much better together, to be honest. And so yeah, I thought it was a unique film to watch. It was good. 86. Now this is where we're only at 86, and all these movies up and above I actually love. So that just tells you a lot of first watches this year have been great for me. So 86 is Spree. This is the film that stars one of the actors from Stranger Things, and this is a crazy film as he keeps doing live streams. He's taking people in the cars, and it's like how people can get attention from social media and all this stuff, and it's just absolutely crazy. It's a crazy film. 85, Fight Club. Pretty great David Fincher film that has a lot of very unique style. Edward Norton's narrating is really good, and I love his interactions between Edward Norton and uh, Brad Pitt. So that was great. 84, Unhinged. This is like a car road rage movie, and I thought it was actually really pretty good. It was very, very good. And what Russell Crowe was able to do with this movie was amazing, and his performance was also great. 83, Mission Impossible Rogue Nation. Now, I actually tend to like the other Mission Impossible movies more, but this one is still great. If a Mission Impossible movie is bad, like this one is good, but it is still great. There's still awesome things in this movie, but I just prefer the other ones more, in my honest opinion. But yeah, 82, The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 2. So I actually enjoyed this one. It was much more fun. The action was great, and it was just quite like the acting of Jennifer Lawrence in the beginning of the film was just so good. As like she almost lost her voice in the last movie, so she's like, "My name is Katniss Everdeen." Like, great. But coming in number 81, we have Less Than Zero. This is basically Robert Downey Jr.'s performance as this drug addict who is almost lost from losing everything, and it's very sad because he dies at the end, and it's just overall devastating. And his performance in this movie, this is where you can kind of tell his dramatic side, and you can see that of why he was chosen to play Tony Stark. So pretty great. All right, now we're going to start talking about new films again. All right, so now we're going to start talking about new releases again. Coming from number 90, we have There's Something Wrong with the Children. I already saw it. I already talked about it, so we'll skip it. 89, What Comes Around. Oh, actually, let me check the sound real quick. I need to check that always. You can check that always. You can check that always. What comes around, basically this girl who has an online boyfriend and they finally get to meet her parents. It's good enough. I enjoyed it for what it was, but it was fine. 88, The Adults. Pretty good movie that brings in Michael Cera in a different movie that's not Barbie. Good performances here and there, but it was good. It was good. 87, The Mill. Pretty good movie with this actor that I keep seeing all the time. I don't know what it is, but it keeps showing up in all these movies. And yeah. It is a good movie. The Locksmith. 86, already talked about it. 85, Baby Ruby. 84, Sharper. 83, Plane. 82, Vacation Friends, which was a film that I actually did enjoy, and I enjoyed much more than the first film that I saw about 3 years ago now. And it's much funnier, and it has a bit of action and stakes. But 81, Your Place or Mine. A fun little film, stars Reese Witherspoon, and the relationship between these two people are fun and good. So I enjoyed Your Place or Mine. All right, now we're going to start talking about retro films again. This time, we are talking about '80 through '71. So coming from number 80 for retro films, Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I love this film, and I think it's the best Indiana Jones movie, as it has a reason as to why we need to collect this MacGuffin, but it also has some fun with it, being a family thing, and has some fun action, and overall, it's just a great Indiana Jones movie. Now, obviously, I can understand that the fridge scene is a bit much, but whatever. 79, movie 43. So basically, this is a James Gunn directed film. And if you don't know what this is, it's basically this movie where it's all these very bad movies on the internet. And it's like one movie is shown with Hugh Jackman has balls as a neck. You have this kid that's homeschooled. And so basically, his parents do everything for him, be the bullies, be his girlfriend, be his teachers, like all of that. It's just absolutely crazy, but it's hilarious to watch. Or even the Chris Pratt one with Anna Faris is also hilarious. 78, The Five Bloods, a very good soldier movie, that I think explores a lot of interesting and unique stuff. And the action is quite great, and just a lot of fun action, fun characters, and a very heartbroken story. 77, All Day and a Night. Pretty good movie about this guy who has a troubled past, childhood, but also has trouble in real life. I mean, in his adult life. And Jeffrey Wright's performance in the film is pretty great in the film, too. 76, The Father. Also really dug this one. I really loved it. Anthony Hopkins is great as this film. It was amazing. 75, American Skin. So I also enjoyed this film. I actually saw this in school, by the way, and it was just a jarring movie as to what this movie was. It's like and we were watching during Black History Month, and it was just a pretty great movie, and I was really intensified by it. But I just loved everything they did with it, so it was pretty great. 74, Breaking for Whales. This is basically these two people that break for whales, and they have to put their mom's, ashes in a whale, but it was actually all just a lie to bring them together. And I think that's a unique thing. That the craziest event of adventures can bring family members back together again, can unite them to get to each other again. And it's a fun little story. 73, The Lost Husband. I very much enjoyed this film. It was a great movie. As these people get locked up, but you also get to find humanity. You also get good relationships. And at first, I was thinking it was going to be a horror film where someone gets locked up in a freezer, but it's actually much more than that. It's not a horror film, and it's just a nice little film. So I really much enjoyed it. 72, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, a great sequel, but my least favorite of the Planet of the Apes movies. The reason for this is because I wish the action was a bit better, but I love the relationship and I love the story that they told with this uh, series. But coming in from 71, War for the Planet of the Apes, a great movie, a much better film, and the fact that they kill off Caesar in the end is pretty jarring. All right. So now we're going to start talking about new releases again with 80 through 71. Coming from era 80 is Pet Cemetery Bloodlines. I enjoyed this one. I thought it was good. I think it's my favorite Pet Cemetery movie, as a dog gets possessed, and so I think that works. 79, We Have a Ghost. Another pretty good movie. The only weird thing about it is uh it stars David Harbour as a ghost, but he doesn't talk. But I think the rest of the other stuff in it is pretty fun and good. It also stars Anthony Mackie, two good Marvel actors. So overall, I thought it was a good time. 78, The Meg 2. Once again, just another pretty good, darn good movie. I enjoyed it for what it was. It was good. 77, Doggone. Already talked about it, so we'll skip it. 76, You People. Stars Mark Jonah Hill, Eddie Murphy, as this guy wants to marry Eddie Murphy's daughter, but they need to do some consensus in it. And it's quite funny. And it almost feels relatable at times. So I actually liked this one. I enjoyed it. 75, Megan, already talked about it. 74, Somebody I Used to Know, already talked about it. 73, Poor Things. Actually, didn't talk about this one. Poor Things came out this past month. Good performance with Emma Stone, Willem Dafoe, Mark Ruffalo. But at the same time, it's kind of weird that everybody likes to F Emma Stone in this movie. It's pretty crazy, to be honest. 72, Good Burger 2, pretty fun, better sequel than the original Good Burger. But it's still kind of childish, but it's at least a little bit better. 71, Cobweb. So I enjoyed this one a bit more than most people. I like the guy that played what is it? The guy from The Boys. Yeah, he was good in this movie, and he brings that performance to this movie, and in a very creepy way. So I thought the film was overall very, very good. So yeah. So now we're gonna take a break real quick. All right, I'm back. Whew.
I am back.
All right, let's get back to it. All right, so coming from me, whoa. So coming from me, 70 for me for retro films is Zero Dark 30. This was basically the 9/11 movie I decided to check out, and it's pretty great. It's great. I think Jessica Chastain is great in it. So yeah, she is amazing, and this movie is also great. 69, 69, SEAL Team 6. This is another 9/11 movie that I watched about finding Osama bin Laden. I thought that this was actually my favorite of them, as it just handles all of that stuff really well. So, gotta give props to that. 68, Train to Busan, a very good zombie movie with that's on a train. It just really works and is very riveting, and you actually care about the characters a lot, and it was just really good. 67, The Prestige, a very good Christopher Nolan film, and possibly my favorite Christopher Nolan film of all time, as it does a lot of unique stuff with magic and all this stuff. 66, The Sixth Sense. So easily one of my favorite Christopher Nolan, not Christopher Nolan, M. Night Shyamalan movies. And the twist at the end when he sees dead people and realizes he is dead himself is pretty crazy. And so, yeah, it is great. 65, Glass Onion. Knives Out story. Just Glass Onion. Glass Onion, pretty great sequel to the original Knives Out, and it's more funny. It's a bit funnier, and it just does a lot of unique stuff to it. So I enjoyed Glass Onion. 64, Signs. Really good performance from Mel Gibson and Joaquin Phoenix. But I kind of wish it had a little bit more with everything, but it's still a very good movie. 63, Prisoners. This is my Thanksgiving pick for the year. And overall, I actually dug this movie a lot. It was very good. Very, very good. And Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal give fantastic performances. 82, Watchmen. Another very unique take on the superhero genre from Zack Snyder, but also just manages to do a really good story and almost feels like The Incredibles a little bit, as it's like superheroes in the world. So I actually dug that type of story. And number 61, Die Hard with a Vengeance. Pretty enjoyable film. And that's all I can really say about it. So, yeah, I dig it. Also, Samuel Jackson was great in it, and I liked seeing John McClane in New York City. And so, yeah, it was an enjoyable sequel. So, yeah, I enjoyed that one. So now we're going to get back to new releases. All right, so coming from number 200, at 70, we have the Beanie Bubble. This is basically like the biopic about the Beanie Bubbles, and I had no idea what it was. It was kind of interesting because you got Elizabeth Banks in here, who played Betty Brant in the Spider-Man films in 2004 and 2002, and then you also have Zach Galifianakis, who you can't recognize him because he doesn't have a beard, but it was kind of an interesting role to see him on. And yeah, it was just overall a pretty fun and enjoyable movie. And to see his relationship with women was also quite good. 69, Murder Mystery 2. Very enjoyable sequel, and quite better than the first film, that it continues everything that I liked about the first movie, except better. 68, The Old Way. Already talked about it, so we'll skip it. 67, Fast X. Now, about 3 years ago, when F9 came out, I was quite disappointed, but I still had a lot of fun in the theater. Fast X actually improved for me with the Fast and Furious franchise. It's not great, but it is better. As it did a couple of badass action. I like that it felt like the Infinity War of the Fast and Furious franchise. Jason Momoa was a fun addition to this franchise as one of these villains, and overall, it was just a nice return to the Fast and Furious franchise. So yeah, 66, Extraction 2. Another really good action movie this year, but at the same time, I actually like the first Extraction more because I like the story. I like the story better with the first one. With this one, it struggles with story, but the action and choreographed action sequences of this film is amazing. And so, yeah, it just handles it in all of the best ways possible. So I love the action to this film. 65, The Monkey King. I really enjoyed this movie. It does a unique way, and it does in the way it does animation, and the characters are quite fun, and it just overall has a unique way of doing animation and storytelling that I thought was unique for this film. So I thoroughly enjoyed The Monkey King, but there's another animated film that came out earlier this year that I actually like a lot more, which we'll talk about in a little bit. 64, Napoleon. For some reason, a lot of people didn't really like this movie. I thought it was good. I'm not going to say it was great or anything, and I know a lot of people didn't love it as much as I do, but I liked it. Joaquin Phoenix did a good performance. It has some really cool, big action spectacle you like, and also he has nice interactions with Vanessa Kirby, even though there are some things that are kind of weird about it. But I overall did like it. I liked Napoleon. Chicken Run Dawn of the Nugget, an actually pretty good sequel to the first film that actually got me invested in watching all the other Aardman films. 62, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, a fun sequel to the original Aquaman that I saw about 5 years ago in the theater. Very fun movie, and also just the action is great, and I love the addition of Orm being added as this like buddy cop film type thing. I really enjoyed it, so this one is a positive for me. And number 61 is Transformers Rise of the Beast. We already talked about it, so we'll just skip it. But yeah, we're going to take a little break, and I'll be right back. All right, I am back. I'm back. I'm back. All right, so coming for me at number 60 for retro films. 60 is 1917. This is a war I picked for Veterans Day for this year, and I thought it was actually pretty great. The fact that this movie was done in all one shot is pretty incredible. It's pretty remarkable what they were able to do with this movie. 59, The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. Just overall really enjoyed this movie, and I really like the ending too. 58, Rustin. Just a very good biopic about this guy that was one of the guys that was on the Washington March. And the performance here was also great, and I just really enjoyed him. 57, Dawn of the Dead. This is one of the better Zack Snyder movies, as it's a zombie film and it's simple. It's with its premise. So overall, I really enjoyed this one. 56, not the original Knives Out, and yeah, it was just a great sequel. It was just a great movie, and the way it mixed in all this murder mystery stuff, and it's quite funny too. 55, Priscilla. So yeah, I honestly love the way that this movie was handled. I honestly love the way this movie was handled. And what I really appreciated about it was really just the way that they showed the relationship between Elvis and Priscilla. I think what was so interesting about the Elvis film is it showed really Elvis's perception, but it felt more dramatic. Whereas Priscilla, it's like we're seeing it in light of this girl. But I kind of feel like it would have been done better if we got to see like them argue or something in this big argument thing, or maybe we got to see like this big moment happen, and the moment when she leaves just kind of feels normal, like it's a normal part of the movie. So I kind of wish it felt more, but that's all we got. 54, The Godfather Part 2. This is a great movie. This is one of the most iconic movies of all time, and I thought it handled the story of this first film very well, so I thought it was pretty great. As it combined the elements of the sequel as well as the newer film. Yeah, so I liked it. 53, May December. I honestly love this movie as it basically explores this girl, Natalie Portman, going to Julianne Moore's house to figure out how to play her as she's playing that Julianne Moore in a movie that she's going to be making. And I'm like, I think that this is incredible. That's actually really cool. So that's really cool. 52, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Roderick Rules. A pretty great sequel to the original, and I actually like the live action version of the live action version of this one more than the animated version. But I still like the animated version though, because that was the one I saw first. N51, The Godfather, the original Mafia classic. Easily, there's a lot of great performances. At first, I was thinking it was just going to focus on that old guy, but you realize there's a whole other slew of characters, and they're quite interesting, and it just makes for a very great movie that I absolutely loved. All right, now we're going to start entering into the new releases again. All right, it's coming from number 60 is the Super Mario Bros. Movie. So, obviously, this was one of the better experiences for me for the movies this year. And I really dug the Super Mario Bros. Movie. Now, it's not trying to be a complex movie. It's not trying to adapt Mario into a film. It's just trying to have some fun with the Super Mario Bros. World, and I think that it does that really well. It creates an interesting story with Mario that he's an underdog story, and so he tries to prove himself to people, and I think that's a good story to tell. And then all the other animation spectacle and all the Super Mario Bros. Action stuff is great. I like Donkey Kong. Seth Rogen is good. Jack Black as Bowser was pretty great. And while none of the performances really stood out to me, the movie itself, with its action sequences and its look on the world of Mario and all these different kingdoms, looks really cool. So I actually have faith that the Super Mario Bros. 2 could actually be really good. 59, The Flash. So obviously this is one of the most divided films of all time, as you have one side of it saying it's one of the worst DC movies of all time, and then you have this other side saying it is the best DC film of all time. It is the worst DC film of all time. And then there's some people that are like right there in the middle saying it's good. I'm one of those people that think it is a good, fine DC movie. Personally, I think that this should have been the film to close out the DCEU, since it feels mostly like a closeout to it. Even though it won't be the most proper version of it, it was still very good. But at the same time, it's a fun take on the Flashpoint Paradox story. The way they use Batman in the film and all the action sequences was really cool. So I enjoyed it for what it was, but it's not my favorite movie. While it was still good though. 58, Jules, a cool enough little alien movie where you have all these different people interacting with this alien. I thought it was quite cool. It was interesting. 57, Jagged Mind. This is basically like these two lesbians, but they keep taking this stone. So it's kind of like a sci-fi film, but you like the stuff of the girls, but you also are captivated by the relationships. So I really enjoyed that one. 56, the new Hunger Games film, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. I really enjoyed this one, that it like brought us to a different time of the Hunger Games movies. So I just thoroughly enjoyed that one. 55, Silent Night. This is one that I actually recently saw about this past week. And basically it's like the guy from the Suicide Squad films. Basically, he gets shot in the neck, and his son gets killed in a drive-by shooting on Christmas Eve, and so it's like a revenge thriller. And yeah, so I think there was a lot of things that worked about this movie. I like the action. And the fact that this movie has no simple dialogue. It has like a couple lines of it, but not much. And I think that's kind of a unique thing about this movie, that it does it really well. At the same time, it's not like the best action movie of this year or anything like that, but it's good. 54, The Family Plan. This is a Mark Wahlberg action movie. At first, it's like a family film, but then it's an actual action movie starring Mark Wahlberg. I thought it was really good, so I enjoyed it for what it was. 53, Red, White, and Royal Blue. This is basically a gay royal film. I thought it was actually really good. The relationship between these two guys was really good, and it was quite mean spirited at times, but I can forgive it for that. 52, White Man Can't Jump, the better White Man Can't Jump movie. As for me, I just enjoyed this movie way much more. It was just much better for me. I just really enjoyed it. But 51, we have the Stan Lee documentary to celebrate 100 years of him being of him, and I thought this was a good remake, a good documentary. The only thing is, it kind of feels already the same because I kind of knew most of this stuff about Stan Lee already, so none of this stuff seemed new to me. So I kind of wish we gotten something new, or at least something to celebrate his life, to have other people talk about him. But yeah, I thought it was a good film, and I like that. And I think the other thing I liked, that it was a movie that was all about him, but it was narrated by him. It wasn't narrated by other people. So they took clips of audio from other videos that he was in, and they used those. Kind of a weird point. I was thinking they used AI to do his voice, but thank God they didn't, because that would have been weird. All right, now we are on to the 50s through 41s in the retro films. And now we're starting to get into more very interesting movies. So let's go ahead and get started with this one. All right, so coming from number 50, we have Pulp Fiction. So this is of course, Quentin Tarantino. This is known to be a Quentin Tarantino classic. And I thoroughly enjoyed this movie. I love the way that it intertwined different types of stories together, but each story is memorable. But at the same time, they somehow all tie together, and it was just such a unique film like Quentin Tarantino did. Plus, all the performances are really great, and I don't necessarily have a certain problem with this movie, but it's just a little bit too mature for me with the drugs and everything. But so maybe if I watch it when I get older, it'll be more entertaining for me, but it is still a great movie. 49, Die Hard 2, and I thoroughly enjoyed this one. It basically is the first Die Hard, except in an airport, as the first one was in a building. This one's in an airport. The action's quite memorable, and the scene of them blowing up a plane is awesome. And also that you bring in the guy that was in Coming to America as one of our soldiers in here. Really fun. 48, The Dirty Dozen. I thought this was a really good war film, and honestly, my thoughts for the Suicide Squad are kind of going up a little bit, because if you don't know, the Suicide Squad DC EU James Gunn version, it was basically that's basically what the Suicide Squad movie is. It's the Dirty Dozen in the DCEU. And there was part of the reason why I didn't like that film was because it's just too mean spirited. It goes too far. But with this movie, with the Dirty Dozen that I finally saw, it does a great job of establishing this world. It gives you prisoners, but you make them soldiers. And at the same time, it's also a pretty good war movie. And you actually care about all the characters that are going on. And you start to learn a little bit about them. And it's quite interesting. And so I just thought it was a very great film. 47, The Magnificent Seven. This was also another great film that I watched the Dirty Dozen as well as Magnificent Seven for the preparation for Rebel Moon. And Magnificent Seven was a film that I thought was great, as you have these people that don't know how to fight or use any skills. So they go to other people to find out how to do that, to protect their land. And I thought it was a great film, and it fits as a nice Western as well. So I thought it worked really well. 46, Die Hard, the original one. I thought this was an absolute blast of an action movie that takes all the interesting tropes of it. And while it mostly just has gun shooting stuff, I liked it. Bruce Willis's performance in it was great, and there were some memorable moments, and the character of Bruce Willis was great as well. 45, Violent Night. So the reason why I watched John Wick 4 as well as the Die Hard films was to prepare for Violent Night so I could finally watch it, knowing what inspirations it came from. And overall, this was a solid action film where you bring Santa Claus into the action genre and make a Christmas action movie slash horror film, and it's an absolute blast. David Harbour really works as the Santa Claus. I thought it just did a lot of unique stuff with its action sequences, and it's also very funny at times. There's obviously some issues here. I did not like the way they handled the family. That could have been better. I like the little inspirations of Home Alone in it. Overall, it's a great film, and I honestly cannot wait for the sequel, which I'm hoping could be much better, to be honest. 44, Minions: The Rise of Gru. So this to me is possibly the most funnest Illumination film I've ever seen, as you basically bring in so much fun of all of these different wacky and wild characters. Gru is a fun character, as you get to see Steve Carell bring in this more younger version of Gru, but you also get all these fun characters, and to see the minions learn kung fu is also quite fun. So I just had a lot of fun with this movie, of what this movie could bring, and it just brings so much fun with it. 43, Unbreakable, an absolute great superhero film that dives into the supernatural elements of people with Samuel L. Jackson as well as Bruce Willis. And the way that they, like, once again, you bring them back together in a film after Die Hard 3, and it is great, as you have this man who survived a train crash while everybody else didn't survive. And it brings all these little moments and sequences that brings you intensified, and it brings such a great story, especially from the opening sequence where this boy is born broken. His bones are stable, and he cannot walk. He's born handicapped. It's absolute jaw-inducing. 42, Past Lives. This is actually the final movie I saw of 2023 for new releases, and as well as for retro films. And this was an absolute amazing movie, as you have these two childhood best friends that one of them immigrated to New York, moved to New York, and they finally are seeing each other for the first time in over like 12 years, I guess. And the acting is pretty great, but what's so exceptional about it is the way that it doesn't have to do big poppy action or snappy dialogue. It can just be a great drama, and I think it really works at that. So overall, this was an absolute amazing, great film for 2023 as well as for June. So it was a great film, and it's going to go high up in my 2023 list as well. But for 41, we have Good Will Hunting. This is an amazing film starring Matt Damon and Robin Williams, as you have this guy who is a janitor at this college. He does problems on the board, and somehow it turns into this exploration about this one guy. And the performances from Robin Williams and Matt Damon are fantastic, and the way you get to learn about him was amazing. I kind of wish that we got to see where Matt Damon went and to see him reunite with the girl. But other than that, this movie is amazing and very well written. All right, so let's get into the 50s through 41s on here for new releases. So yeah, it's actually kind of getting fun because I'm talking about movies that I like, and I actually remember too. All right, coming in for me at number 50 is Migration. This is the newest Illumination film And I actually really enjoyed this film. It basically told the story of what birds do when they're migrating. So you go from New York, you go, and they're on their way to Jamaica, and it's all this funness. It has a lot of unique comedy to it. I like that they actually had this bird character that resembled like what New Yorkers are like with this pigeon character. So I actually had a lot of fun with that. So overall, I just really enjoyed Migration. 49 Gran Turismo. This film I was so excited for because with everything that I was offering, from family drama to racing car to intensifying from dying in a car, there was so much stuff that I thought could be awesome in this movie. And while it wasn't particularly awesome for me, I still thought it was a really good movie. So, great drama, great performances from a lot of people, and it was just a really solid film that I really enjoyed. 48, Sympathy for the Devil. I really dug this movie. I thought Nicolas Cage gave a fantastic performance, and you got to learn about this other guy that he's kidnapping, and it's just another really good little film that I thoroughly enjoyed. 47, Nimona. So this was another one of those Netflix animated films that I actually really dug this year. And Nimona had such a unique animation style with its characters as well as its comedy. Nimona's a unique character, and I like the world that it kind of took place in, as it's like it's futuristic, but it's also medieval times. So I really dug it. 46, John Wick Chapter 4. I already talked about this, so we'll skip it. 45, Dark Harvest. This is a new release film that I saw about in October. And overall, I actually really dug the film. It was a very good film about this people that had to go kill somebody, and it's like a family drama that you can't leave. And I thought it was a very good film. 44, Suitable Fresh. I mean, no, not Suitable Fresh. Suitable Flesh. Basically, this film about this guy who uh, who get like possesses someone, and it's pretty crazy. They switch bodies all the time, and they have to kill people. It is just an absolute great film, and it almost feels like an 80s film, which is why I love it so much. 43, The Marsh King's Daughter. Pretty great performance as this girl grows up and realizes that her father was not that best of a guy. And so I just thought it was a great performance. And Ben Mendelsohn is also great in this movie too. 42, Quiz Lady. You have Aquafina in this like Asian comedy film. I thought it was actually quite great, and it was quite funny, and it was also a pretty great story. Will Ferrell's in it too. Just an overall really solid film. And number 41, Five Nights at Freddy's. Surprisingly, this is one of the big films of this past year, and I overall thoroughly enjoyed it. I love the horror effects. I like the way the story was established. I like the characters, and I also like the twist with the Scooby Doo character. With uh, he was actually one of them, and there's in the twist that these kids at Freddy's place is actually a bunch of kids. Quite horrifying, but it fits for kids, so I thought it was pretty great. And now we're going to start entering the 40s through 31 for retro films, but we're going to take a quick bathroom break. All right, I am back. Let me check to see if the live is still going with sound.
The cartoon.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay. All right, so coming from at number 40, we have Hacksaw Ridge. So this was a Memorial Day film I watched, and I thought this was great. And this is one of the movies where, and it stars Andrew Garfield as a soldier. And what's so great about this movie is this is one of the movies where Andrew Garfield can easily steal a movie by himself, where the whole movie, because it's his movie, because the story is revolved about him, he carries the movie, even with his relationships with everybody and his relationships with soldiers. It does a great job of doing everything. And there are some other good performances in here too, but the way that his performance does it, it's just an amazing movie. So I love Hacksaw Ridge. 39, Fatal Affair. This is basically like a guy that's trying to get with this girl, but she rejects him, but he keeps rejecting her. And so he basically wants to go for her. And it is a crazy ass movie. And so yeah, it's just really crazy. 38, Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. Easily the film that got me into the Mission Impossible franchise. I just absolutely loved this one. I just loved everything that they did with it, from the insane action on that tower sequence. I love all the fun action. I love seeing Tom Cruise do all this amazing stuff and all the fun action sequences. It's just a really fun, enjoyable film that I loved. 37, Run. This is basically a movie where a girl is raised to be handicapped, to be all of this different stuff, and it is just absolutely wild in the way certain things have turned out for this girl. That she's handicapped, she can't walk, she has asthma, she has all this stuff, and realizes she probably can't do that, but she's also been learning to walk at the same time. So I think there's some exciting things about that, and the ending was absolutely insane. So yeah. 36, World Trade Center. So this was a 9/11 film I saw in August. Because once school starts, we're starting to get in September, and I started getting interested into the 9/11 event. And World Trade Center, I kept seeing scenes of it on YouTube, and I'm like, this is fantastic. The performances in here is great. But it's only great because it's something real that actually happened. And when you watch this movie, you see a very different Nicolas Cage and a very different Michael Pena, and it's so good. And I love that this film is a 9/11 movie that doesn't focus on the damage of the planes, but it focuses on the people that got injured, which were Michael Pena and Nicolas Cage, as they were trapped under the rubble of the towers for hours. And it was pretty insane. 35, Justice League The Flashpoint Paradox. This is the better version of the Flash film, as it is the ultimate answer of how to do a Justice League film animated, and it's awesome. It is a great film. It is action packed. It does your characters in unique ways. I like the way they did Thomas Wayne, and I also love the way they included. They actually had like Atlantis and the Amazons going to war at each other, and like that's something very interesting to have these two big lands going at war with each other. And so yeah, it was just great. 34, An American Pickle. This is one of the most bizarre movies I've ever seen from Seth Rogen. As it starts out and he's just picking up poo, and then he dates this girl, and then he gets dropped into like this pickle grinder. He wakes up 100 years later, and in the present day, and he meets this other version of himself that's a family member of his, and it's a fun film as he learns the days of present day New York and Brooklyn, but also finds himself in all these different situations that makes him say things that are not that great. And so I just think that this is a very unique, very funny film. It is great. 33, Super. I believe this is actually one of the first James Gunn superhero films that he actually did. And I just absolutely love this film. This movie is so much fun in the way that it handles so many different things. And overall, it is just a movie that it's not really unique with action, but it's very funny. The soundtrack is great, and the way that it does the superhero genre is unique. So I thought it was absolutely amazing. 32, Hamilton. My first time finally watching it. I've only watched it twice already, and it is a great experience with this film. And I think what Hamilton does really, really well is, finds a way to tell a story through song, as the whole play is a song, and it does it so freaking well. It is a masterpiece in what it's able to do. So yeah, I love Hamilton. And number 31, we have Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Easily a better movie than the first film. I like the first movie, but the second one just does so much better with the animation from the character arcs, and it has that Spider-Verse animation style, which I love. So it just did so many unique things right. And now we're going to go back to new releases. All right, so coming from number 40 is Wish. So Wish absolutely was adored by this film. I loved it. Now, it's not an all-time Disney classic, but it is a great Disney animated feature film, a true celebration of the 100 Disney years, and all these different references. The animation was quite good. I love the music to it, and overall, it was just a great movie. And it was definitely better than Strange World last year, that I could say. But Raya and Encanto, they beat it for me, though. 39, The Creator. This was a sci-fi film that I was actually quite excited to watch because it's from the director of Rogue One, A Star Wars Story, but it's also taking all these different inspirations from all these different ideas, and it somehow really works. And so I really dug The Creator, and it finds a way to have nice emotion and a world that is captivating. So I really dug it. 38, The Little Mermaid, the live-action Little Mermaid that came out this year. I thoroughly enjoyed The Little Mermaid from 2023. I think, obviously, the big thing we got to talk about here, Halle Bailey's performance as Ariel. I don't care if she's black, whether she's black or white. I don't give a shit. She's great as Ariel, and I've kind of been a Halle Bailey stan ever since this movie came out. And I've loved her in this. I'm excited to see. I want to see The Color Purple to see what she's going to do, but overall, she was great in this one. And then just the other things, the songs in here were great. The way that it actually does the story and the relationship between Ariel and Eric works for me. It's like this movie fixed some storylines of the first movie that didn't work and kind of did it better, while at the same time, while all the songs I thought were good, they weren't better than the original ones because they're the original ones. And then obviously Melissa McCarthy as Ursula was great. This guy that played Eric was great. The fact they were able to capture the dimples that the original Eric had was pretty cool. And all the other characters was pretty fun, and some of the underwater stuff looked cool. The big problem here is there's certain sequences that don't really work that change up the story, like her forgetting that she has to do the spell is kind of weird to me. Like was just so lame. It didn't seem like he wanted to be there. I liked the moments with him towards the end of the film, not because I was happy that the film was ending with him, but because I liked the moments that he had with Ariel, and plus the score was amazing. 37 Elemental. So this was for me a win back for Pixar. As you know, I liked Pixar in 2024, in 2022. Turning Red was good. Lightyear was a massive disappointment, but I don't think we actually have gotten a great Pixar film since Soul. This movie comes out and it actually delivers on the premise of elements, but at the same time, it's doing a new genre and basically making a Pixar rom com. But it's a love story between fire and water, which creates that tension and funny bits and great character arcs and a great story. And it worked so well, and I just absolutely dug it. I loved everything they did with this movie. It's not perfect, it's not a Pixar classic, but it is pretty great. It's a great return for Pixar greatness, and I'm extremely excited for Inside Out 2 that's coming out this year. 36 Bruiser. So this was actually one of the first movies I loved this year, as it's basically this boy who basically wants to be with his uncle, but his father doesn't like it because he knows of his bad past. And this movie is really intense, the way it uses music and the way it uses intensity scenes. It is just an intense movie. 35 Surrounded. So this is like taking place during post Civil War with Letitia Wright as pretending to be this soldier man. And I thought her performance was great, but also and the way it did certain things in surviving in the West, I thought was really cool. So I just thought it was a really good Western. Now, this is going to be a hot take for most people for number 34, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Now, I understand a lot of you absolutely love this movie, and it's like your favorite film of the year. It's top 5, probably top 10. For me, I do love this movie. Of course, on the animation level, it's great animationally. It is fantastic with its animation and an achievement, and it's great of what animation can be these days. But as it continues the characters of Gwen Stacy, the continuous characters of Miles, but at the same time introducing new worlds to the public domain, as well as introducing new characters, it does a lot of great job with that. And the twist at the end that there is a universe out there with no Spider-Man in there, I think was great. However, the canon event storyline, I think, suffers a little bit because it's a little bit confusing at times, and the movie doesn't feel like a full conclusion. And when it comes to the new characters that we were introduced, it feels like we don't get much of them. Like I like Spider-Man India, but it almost feels like we don't get much of him. He just gets stuck in his universe, and then we don't see him until the very end. And I feel like we could have gotten way much more of him. So, to be clear, it's still a great movie, but I like Into the Spider-Verse more because it's more simpler and it's a better story, and we actually have a conclusion with defeating the Kingpin and stopping the Collider. So, that's my thoughts on it. But I'm extremely excited for what Beyond the Spider-Verse has in store for us, and especially exploring this world with no Spider-Man in it, and except Miles became the Prowler instead of Spider-Man. Really cool storyline. I'm excited to watch that. 33, The Passenger. Very interesting film that takes this storyline of this, this hold hostage film, but you kind of learn more about this guy, and you start to learn more about them as to what happened with this teacher, but you want to learn more about why this guy hates this principal. And I wanted to find out, but they never actually told us. So I guess my best assumption is he told him that he couldn't be a draft when he was older, and so he thought that, so he was too crazy for that. I don't know. It was a weird plot line, but it was still good. 32, Priscilla. Already talked about it, so we will skip it, unfortunately. 31, sitting in bars with cakes. Takes this pretty interesting premise of selling cakes, but also turns into this story with drama and this girl suffering with like cancer, and she's like slowly dying. And I just think it's a pretty great story that they told. So I thoroughly dug um, sitting in bars with cakes. All right, we're gonna take a short break. All right, I am back.
All right, I am back. Um,
All right, so mm, all right, so now we're gonna go to 30 to 21 on retro films. So we got number 30, Knock at the Cabin. This is actually a pretty great movie for me. I actually love this movie. Uh, as it almost feels like I'm on vacation at like this cabin in Disney World, but then some people come in and then it just turns into this whole different thing. Maybe it's just because I when I saw it, I was coming back from Disney, so maybe that's why. And so and it all maybe it also stars Jonathan Groff. But yeah, I thoroughly dug this film as it was like telling us that the world was going to end or whatever. So I thoroughly dug it. Number 29, Air, one of the funniest movies this year, but also just a movie that does something great of the inspiration and talking Michael Jordan into having his name being the inspiration of a shoe. That's really cool. But also tells the history of like 80s and 90s and has that 90s feel in a great way. 28, a Shaun the Sheep movie, Farmageddon. This was a great sequel. I thought that the way it basically E.T. in the Shaun the Sheep universe, but at the same time finds a way to still tell a story that without any dialogue, with the really great animation and really funny moments. 27, A Star is Born, the first Bradley Cooper film that I saw, well, actually the only Bradley Cooper film that we all saw before Maestro. I thought this film was absolutely amazing, and Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga can fully sing, and their performances pay off. 26, The Holdovers. This is basically like a film where one of the guys stays, a guy and a teacher have to stay after school, have to stay during at the school campus during winter break, and they start to learn more about each other, and you start to learn more about this kid. But one of the kids is about to get kicked out, but the teacher saves up for him because he was alone during Christmas and had no one to go to see. And you can sympathize with that, but at the same time, it's also just a great movie. It's just a really wholesome, but also very funny, serious drama for Christmas. So I thoroughly enjoyed The Holdovers. 25, Get Out, a very good film from Jordan Peele that mixes in his humor, but also is a very good story, very well acted, and very suspenseful, and very intricating, like very suspenseful when he's like on the chair and he's like pulling the stuffing out, and like you feel the intensity through that. Like it makes you want to do that too. It makes you feel uncomfortable at times. 24, Mission Impossible Fallout. Easily my favorite Mission Impossible movie. Yes, I like it more than Dead Reckoning Part 1. Just an absolute blast. The bathroom fight is one of the best fight sequences in the entire movie. The plane sequence as he climbs a plane while it is on is great. All the new characters were great. The score is fantastic, and the sound design is amazing. However, the new characters with Vanessa Kirby and Angela Bassett, I kind of wish they had more to do. I like Vanessa Kirby in Hobbs and Shaw and Mission Impossible. And of course, I like Angela Bassett in Black Panther. So if you want to go see them, more of them, go watch those movies. So, but yeah, Mission Impossible Fallout was great. 23, Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Another just fantastic, amazing film that was a great start to the Planet of the Apes trilogy of Andy Serkis, Caesar's character, And just the way that you see him grow in this film is fantastic. And I love Rise of the Planet of the Apes. 22. Everything Everywhere All at Once. This is the pinnacle of what a great multiverse movie is. Forget Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. This is the true multiverse movie right here, where it blends so many different things with action and charisma and character arcs and family and learning to let go and all of this stuff. And it's able to do all this in over an hour and now in 2 hours and 14 minutes or whatever. And it does it in the most perfect way. At the same time, the performances are great from Ke Huy Quan as well as Michelle Yeoh. And the fact that it makes sense why this movie won so much Oscars, because it's one of the most creative movies of all time. And it's easily one of the best movies. It's one of the best movies ever made. But number 21, Batman vs. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I love this movie, and this is my favorite Ninja Turtles movie, as it just mixes in Batman, Ninja Turtles teaming up, but at the same time, the Batman and Ninja Turtles villains teaming up, as we have them turning into mutants. And it's all fun, and it's all action-packed, and it is just everything you want in this type of crossover. It is perfect. So I loved Batman vs. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Number 30 for all right. So now we're gonna get on to new releases again. All right, so coming from number 30, we have Love at First Sight. This is basically when two people meet at an airport and they basically start falling in love with each other and they talk and they meet on the plane. But at the same time, what's so interesting about this one is you start to learn a lot about their characters. One is dealing with a relationship with their dad, and one is dealing with a relationship with their mother as she's starting to die. And I love the relationship between both of them, but I kind of wish we got more of this couple, but at the same time, it was still great and a pleasant surprise. 29, Rustin. I already talked about it, so we'll skip this one. 28, Godzilla minus one. So a lot of people actually love this movie, and some people actually think it is the best movie of this year. And this was actually a pleasant surprise that the fact that this was a Godzilla movie that had human characters that you cared about, but at the same time also did some of the most unique things ever, as telling a story of post-Japan War, Vietnam War, and the new big threat happens to be Godzilla. That's powerful. And that's like very, very powerful stuff. It's just the way they did it. I kind of wish it was a little bit shorter, but at the same time, and I wish that it told like an English story. I want to watch the Godzilla show on from I think Amazon or Apple TV Plus or whatever. I want to watch it because it looks pretty cool. So yeah, it was a great film. 27, Maestro, the new Bradley Cooper directed film, also stars him. And what I love about this movie is, of course, Bradley Cooper's performance is just absolutely fantastic in this movie, where he's able to play this different accent, and then he also just buys it as this old man. But what's also captivating is the way he portrays cinema of black and white as, good old times, and then color as like bad and old times and raw. And I just love the way he handled that, and it really just tells you his love for cinema. So I thoroughly enjoyed that. 26, The Iron Claw. So this is the new Zac Efron movie where basically Zac Efron puts on some muscle in the film, and I thoroughly enjoyed this one. Zac Efron's performance was great. I love that you have this father who wants the best for his boys, but he doesn't really care about them as one of them dies because they can't put in the extra stuff. And it's really sad as it's brotherhood, mental health, and success. And Zac Efron's performance is great. And it just does a lot of unique things right at times. So I just absolutely love The Iron Claw. 25, May, December, already talked about it, which will lead us to 24, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem, and I love this movie. At first, when they first announced that they're making an animated Ninja Turtles movie that is from Paramount, but it has the animation style of Spider-Verse, I was like, yup, I'm excited for that. I can't wait to watch this. And it lived up to everything, where first off, they finally made the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles teenagers and added jokes that are of the 21st century, of the 2010s, of the 2020s era, and it works. And even when it comes to the animation style, it is great, as it feels like Spider-Verse, but it has that unique style because it's Ninja Turtles. And of course, the action is also pretty great. And it is just an enjoyable time, and I cannot wait for the future of the Ninja Turtles franchise that we're going to be getting. 23, Knock at the Cabin, already talked about it. 22, Air, already talked about it. But 21 is Oppenheimer, the longest Christopher Nolan film. And I can definitely say I did love it. And honestly, this is my second favorite Christopher Nolan film, as it handles this story of Oppenheimer, who created the atom bomb, and once it's launched, you get to see the perceptions of the world, and it makes you hate the world after you watch it, and it's interesting. Plus, this movie, the fact that it kind of has a bit of comedy, but also it has a stacked cast, it's pretty incredible. So I thoroughly enjoyed Oppenheimer, and I thoroughly loved it. Yeah, it was definitely a great film. And now we get to the top 20 for retro films. I'm pretty much just gonna finish here now, because we're basically almost done, really. Wait. Hold up. I think I messed up something. Oh no, I didn't. Never mind. Okay, so coming from number 20 is We Bear Bears the movie. So this is one I saw back in April, and this just does such a unique story of these three bears that it's quite funny in the way the story plays out, but at the same time it's also just very funny. It's heartfelt, but it's also kind of emotional at times, and it's just a unique little animated film that's based on this very popular Cartoon Network series, and I just absolutely loved it. 19, Top Gun Maverick. So this was Best Picture, an Oscar pick for Best Sound of this year. And I also just heard, overall great things from this movie. And now that I've finally seen it, I can definitely say it is a great film. From the sounds and the plane action to the performance of Tom Cruise and Miles Teller, it tells a great story, and it's a great sequel to the original Top Gun, and I just absolutely loved it. So yeah. 18, The Whale. So I think what this movie does so well is it takes, as you have Brendan Fraser as this obese man who is just days away from dying, but it perfects everything to where where he has this bad relationship with his daughter. Not even really a relationship at all. As they start to talk, they start to work with each other, but he wants to help her, and knowing that she'll be okay to have someone after he's gone, and to learn about all of the stuff that happened with this family over time is pretty great. But Brendan Fraser's performance is great, and it makes sense why he won Best Actor at the Oscars this year. And this movie, like, this is not a movie you want to watch with snacks because it makes you look at eating food a lot differently. I could definitely say that a lot. 17, Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. I definitely love this movie. I thought it was absolutely amazing in the way it handled its story. And just another new take on the story of Pinocchio was just very unique and interesting. And the fact that it actually won over Puss in Boots was quite interesting, but I think it makes sense because Pinocchio was the better movie. The animation was great, and the way that they just did the Pinocchio story was quite interesting, as he included him as a soldier was interesting. 16, Wallace and Gromit: The Curse of the Were-Rabbit, a very fun and entertaining DreamWorks animated, also Aardman film that uses animation really nicely. The characters are fun, and I like that it was kind of like a spin on a werewolf storyline. Instead of a werewolf, it was a were-rabbit. So I thought it was unique and fun through that. Number 15, number 15, 14, 13. 15, How to Train Your Dragon. 14, How to Train Your Dragon 2. And number 13, How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World. I love all three of these movies, and with How to Train Your Dragon 1, which is such a great introduction to all these characters and the themes and the score and the animation, the second film impacted on it more and gave us more of the better action, gave us a bigger story, and a bit more darker. And the third film was about letting go of the dragons and basically letting them go and live their lives as we are moving on to our next step in our lives. And I think that was one of the best parts about all three of these movies. So it told a great story throughout all three of these films. Number 12 is Shaun the Sheep movie. One of the best Aardman films that I've ever seen, as it just it does really cool animation. It's also quite funny. And while I love that it's a film that it has not many dialogue, yet it's able to be so entertaining at the same time. So I love the way it did that. And number 11 is Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Now, if you've been following me, you know that Diary of a Wimpy Kid is one of my favorite films. I actually love this movie, and it's actually my favorite of the Diary of a Wimpy Kid movies. It's just such an amazing, entertaining film, and I just absolutely love this movie. It's just the way that it explores middle school life and learning to not be fit in, but also betrayed by this guy. And Greg's character is quite interesting, as he is, selfish, but he kind of learned something. I thought it was quite interesting, so I loved Diary of a Wimpy Kid. All right, now we're going to get into the top 20 for new releases. My top 20 favorite movies of 2023. Okay. All right, coming with me number 20 is Barbie. I was quite surprised when they announced that they were making a Barbie movie that starred Margot Robbie as Barbie, Ryan Gosling as Ken, and also starred Simu Liu, Kingsley Ben-Adir, and all these other actors as Barbie characters. What a delightful film. What a pleasant surprise because I did not know if this movie was going to work. Like, having this movie was just so much fun. The performances were great. The set design was amazing. This movie has to win some Oscars, at least for like set design or costume design. This movie has to win an Oscar or something. As for me, I just loved it. I loved the performances, but I also loved all of the characters and the way that we actually told the story with Barbie, her being a Barbie doll and her being humane and her being cellulite, and I loved the way they told that story. So Barbie wins for me. Hold up, I have disturbance. Hang on, just a minute. All right, I am back. So where was I? So we just talked about Barbie. Now we're talking about number 19, Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part One, and I absolutely loved this movie. Finally got to watch all the Mission Impossible films, and I finally got to see this with a friend of mine. Actually, they never saw any Mission Impossible films, but I finally got to watch this, and this was a great experience in the theater. Just seeing all these insane stunts that Tom Cruise gets to do. But what's so amazing about this movie is, like Mission Impossible Fallout, this movie improves with introducing new and fun characters with Pom Klementieff, Haley Atwell, and introducing all these fun new stuff. And at the same time, every sequence in the movie is memorable and fun and interesting and intense, and it does a great job at that. And even when it comes to like the train sequence, as everything's dropping out of the train and they're trying to get back up, it is one of the most interesting sequences I've ever seen in film. And like, how were they able to do this? And it's a real train. It's something real. So I loved everything they did with this movie. I don't really have any flaws. Number 18, Joyride. So this is a comedy. To me, this is one of those comedies that I feel like uses comedy in such a interesting way. As it's a sex comedy, but it uses comedy in such an interesting way in the way it just does story. So I loved Joyride, and it's a great film. Number 17, Genie. Just another awesome film that takes Melissa McCarthy as the genie. It sets in New York during Christmas time, and it's just an overall really good film. Melissa McCarthy's performance is amazing. It's just another unique take on a genie story and a new setting, and it's fun, it's funny, and you have this guy who is like being divorced, and he uses the genie to help. I'm surprised that it never became this thing that they found out, but I like I kind of liked it at the end that it was something different. It wasn't just Aladdin starring Melissa McCarthy. It was a different type of story with a genie. So I thought it was quite great. Number 16, Totally Killer. This is a Amazon Prime film that basically takes Scream and Back to the Future and mixes it together and creates Totally Killer. And I thought this film was absolutely fantastic, as it takes a person in the 21st century and brings them back to their parents' high school years. That's quite interesting, and that's an interesting concept. At the same time, the kills are memorable. It's funny, and it's an interesting commentary on a lot of things, and it just does so many unique things with its story. So I love Totally Killer. 15, Thanksgiving. So this was a film I was so excited for because I love new films because I love these. I love these types of films. I just talked about Totally Killer. Thanksgiving is a slasher during Thanksgiving, as it connects. While it is connected with like Grindhouse or whatever, it connects a Black Friday riot, and that sets up a year later for John Carver to come out in the shadows and starts killing people. And what's so great about this movie is I love the way that it establishes the story and it pays it off with such great, awesome kills where every kill is unique in its own way, but at the same time, it also just has some of the most disturbing stuff in a film where this guy, John Carver, literally cooks a human and cuts it like it's a piece of turkey. And I'm just sitting there going like, oh, this is insane. And yeah, besides that, the only issue I have with this movie is nobody is trying to attack John Carver. John Carver lands the hit on almost everyone, but nobody is trying to hurt him. Not even like Scream, and yet Ghostface is still able to come after everybody. And he gets hit. That's kind of weird. Besides that, I think it is still a great movie, and I absolutely loved Thanksgiving. Number 14, The Killer. So this was my second David Fincher film that I saw, and I absolutely loved this movie. I thought it was incredible, as from the sound design. Even though it's not an action movie, that action scene towards the middle of the end is amazing from the sound design and the way it's choreographed. And even with Michael Fassbender's performance is fantastic in this movie. I just absolutely loved it, and it was a great experience for a film. So yeah. Number 13, Past Lives. I actually already talked about it, so we will skip it. Number 12, The Holdovers. Actually already talked about it, so we will skip it again. And our number 11 is Flamin' Hot. This is basically the origin story of how the Hot Cheetos came into existence. And I actually didn't know it was created by Hispanics, but this movie related to me so much because this is Hispanic culture. This is Mexican culture. And the fact that spice ties into Mexican culture and Hispanics and the family dynamic was great, but at the same time, and believing in someone and like actually being appreciative of waiters and housekeeping people, it was great. And it's one I wish this film could have been my top 10, but there were 10 other movies that I absolutely loved more. All right, we're about to enter the top 10s, and we're about to finish this video off, this live off. So coming from number 10 is Paddington 1. I finally saw the Paddington movies this past December, and I absolutely loved Paddington. This was just such a clever film. Paddington is such a lovable character, and his relationship and him loving marmalade sandwiches and everything, and his relationship with everybody is so unique. The human characters have this unique spunk to them that makes it unique, and the way the story is told is also unique. The movie is just unique, clever, and charming movie that I absolutely love. Number 9, Paddington 2, just another great film in this franchise that continues the stuff of it. You get to see how Paddington has made an impact on this people in this neighborhood, but you also get to see how he makes an impact on people in like a prison. And I just love this type of stuff in the way it continues characters. And I love Paddington 2. I love the Paddington movies. Number 8, The Pirates Band of Misfits. I thought this was another great film. Hold up, I'm getting a text from someone. Pirates, Pirates Band of Misfits. This movie does a unique thing of like doing pirates and Charles Darwin and extinct animals and Queen Elizabeth, and it does all this stuff and meshes it well so uniquely. At the same time, also having a unique animation style that I thought was really great. Number 7, Book of Life. So this is basically a film that I saw for Dia de los Muertos on in my Spanish class in school, and I honestly thought this was a film that was great. This was a great movie, and this is by far better than Coco. Now, Coco was the more rewatchable film in my eyes, but in my honest opinion, Book of Life is the better movie. It has the more memorable characters. The story is a bit more well structured. It has the best. It has more awesome moments, and it has just everything you want in a film about Dia de los Muertos. It is great. At number 6, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the ultimate classic film for this list. As it was the first movie that I started the month with December, and it was an absolute instant classic. I loved it. While it can be dark, it's charming, it's delightful, and it is so rewatchable. I love Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, and this is the perfect scene where you have this scene where they eat the chocolate and it is delectable and it is delicious. It is awesome. And now we're entering the top 5 for my top 5 favorite first watches of 2023. Number 5 for me is going to be It's a Wonderful Life. So, for me, It's a Wonderful Life was one of the best movies I've seen. It has become one of my personal favorite movies of the last couple years, really the past couple months, as since I've seen it in November, I watched it to get ready for It's a Wonderful Life, and this is an amazing film where you have this man who is struggling from, who is suffering from anxiety and wanting to commit suicide to himself because he wanted to do all these things in life, but something keeps coming in his way, and by the time all his friends are gone, he's still where he's always been, and he hasn't done anything to do for himself. And then an angel comes down and basically shows him what would the world be like without him. If he killed himself, the world wouldn't be the same because he's done a lot for his brother. And he realizes that he actually did something great for his people. Like you think you're not doing anything good by just sitting at this your dad's loan company. You're doing something much better than you are actually ever doing. And I think that's awesome. And I think that's what's awesome about this movie. And when you get to the end and he's all happy and he goes to see his family, and then his wife calls everybody and everybody gives him money to pay for his loan, and it is an absolute Christmas miracle. And even though it's not fully a Christmas movie, the Christmas setting and everything just looks so great, and the setting of it, I love this movie. It is an amazing movie. Number 4, Missing. So I finally watched Searching and Missing these past July, and Missing was a film that does not disappoint. It is an amazing movie that takes everything that you liked about Searching, but does it in another unique way that tells a great story, has a good character, great performances. Storm Reid is great, and the twist in it was also clever, so I thoroughly enjoyed Missing. Number 3 is The Son. Another great film that explores this boy who is suffering from this emo or whatever, or this different type of depression, and you're trying to figure out what he's doing. He's cutting himself. But he has to stay at the doctor's office because he doesn't want to. But It's like all this stuff. It's like I think it's relatable because I think this would actually happen in real life. But Hugh Jackman's performance is great, and then when you get to the end, and they're about to go see a movie, and then you hear in the bathroom a gunshot, and you realize this boy killed himself, and the depression did not work, and they made a big mistake, and you realize Hugh Jackman made a big mistake of himself, and that he wished he could have left him there to let him get the help. And it's a pretty depressing movie. I might review it. I just might review it in January, but Missing and The Sun have the same release date, so I'm not sure. Number 2, Searching, a movie I just mentioned with Missing, a great movie that takes place all on a laptop, but it's such an iconic and clever movie. And also a great story. The performances are great. The twist itself was good. I kind of like the twist in Missing more, but overall, it was just a great movie that I absolutely loved. But coming in first place is The Hate U Give. This was the first watch this was one of the best first watches I've watched in 2023, and it was one of the movies I started off the year with. And I watched a little bit back in 2018, but for me, The Hate U Give is one of my favorite movies of all time. This is one of the best movies I've ever seen. As every performance in this movie is absolutely real, and it focuses on this story of what if a white cop pulls a black man over or a black person in a car. What would that be like? And it takes that story to fruition as it builds emotion throughout it, but you also get to see what other people think about it, what do the people at Star's school think about it, and you also get to see this other but you also get to see this other side that, and what's even crazy is this movie's not trying to be racist because the bad guy, the villain, the antagonist of the movie isn't even white. Like the cop that shoots him, he's not even in the movie. He's not the antagonist. The antagonist of the movie is actually Anthony Mackie's character, and he does a great job as this King Lord. And so it just does a great job it just does great acting, a really great story, and yet it comes to this moment where they start doing protests for this guy Khalil, and like people still aren't listening to Star, and it's just such great. And they get to this moment where they're about to shoot a kid. The Hate U Give F's everybody. The Hate U Give little infants F's everybody. And it's just such a fantastic, amazing film. And even little things like the wand at the end, she finds the wand that Khalil said she lost, has an arc. And even the arc of, because I have a friend named Khalil, and she said that Khalil means friend. That meant so much to me because I have a friend named Khalil. So easily, this is my favorite film of 2020 of first watches of 2023, and I absolutely loved it. And it will be a film I'll be able to rewatch many times throughout the years. And that is it for the retro films, but we have more to do for new releases, which we'll be doing on my top 10 for new releases. Coming from number 10, we have Creed 3. I was going to say Creed 2. Creed 3, this was an amazing film. Bringing Michael B. Jordan into the director's chair was a great establishing achievement. The action in his anime inspirations was great, and the character of Adonis was done perfectly in this film. You can really tell that he's turned into a Creed. Hold up, I got a message in the number. Yuki Matsui, what number are you at? I'm in the top 10 of the new releases. I know I'm not talking about Creed 3 at number 10. If you want to catch up, I have chapter markers in the description down below. I forgot to put closing too. since this is the final edit here. But yeah, Creed 3, awesome film, and this is the first time where I can feel like Michael B. Jordan's Creed is actually becoming a Creed. And Jonathan Major's performance as Damian Anderson was great. Number 9, Leo. So this one, I actually was a little bit conflicted at first because I'm like, so it's a movie about Adam Sandler as a lizard and as an iguana or whatever, and he's in a kid's classroom or whatever, and I'm like, okay, so he starts talking to the kids, and there's something kind of interesting about it as he starts to teach these kids lessons as it's their final year in middle school, as their final year in elementary school, as the next year they go to middle school. And there's something so captivating as you get to learn each and every one about these kids of what they're struggling with. One is one is struggling with talking too much. One is learning to make friends. One is learning because they're held down by this robot. It's like all this unique stuff, but at the same time, it's also really funny. Adam Sandler plays a really good job at playing a 75-year-old lizard. So he just does such really good stuff at all that. Number 8 is Wonka, the new film, and I thought this film was great. At first, I'm like, how are you going to do it? And then I saw the trailer for it, and I'm like, this movie looks amazing. Timothée Chalamet's performance is fantastic, and it's kind of crazy of what school he went to, of what acting school he went to, because there's no way that he's able to do Dune and then do Wonka, this charming character. But it, like, the fact that this was able to take the stuff of the Paddington films, but also the charmingness of the Willy Wonka franchise and mix this in as a prequel, it fits so well. And I loved the way that it did that. And the way that he made chocolate from like sunlight, not just normal chocolate. Because I was thinking like in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the chocolate just looks normal to me. But this was a great movie. Number 7, Trolls Band Together. So I was not looking forward to this movie at all because I hated Trolls World Tour. I love the first Trolls, but Trolls World Tour was just not my thing. So I went into it kind of expecting just a B movie, and it actually became one of my favorite movies of this year, where it was the Trolls 2 that I actually wanted. It actually does a better character study with these characters of Poppy and Branch, where we get to learn more about Branch. We get to find out that Poppy has a twin sister, and it finds out a story about family and acceptance and learning to forgive. And the music is still good. While not as good as the first film, it's much better than Trolls World Tour. And it also finds a way to be pretty funny, and also finds a way to also do unique things with animation. So this was easily the best Trolls movie that I've ever seen, and it's definitely my favorite DreamWorks movie. So I love Trolls Band Together. Number 6 is Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Christmas Cabin Fever. So this was actually a pleasant surprise for me because I had no idea if I was gonna like if I was gonna like this movie. But what I loved about it is that it was a Diary of a Wimpy Kid film that is not an inspiration. It was not a animated remake of a live action movie. It was its own story, and it's never been adapted, and it was just so great. Where it fits into the story of Greg's selfishness, and in the way he actually learns a really good lesson, and giving this really good present, and he actually becomes a good boy for Christmas. At the same time, being this pretty funny film, at the same time having this good Christmas vibe to it. And if you want to watch a good feeling Christmas movie, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Christmas Cabin Fever is the movie for you. And now we're about to enter my top 5 favorite movies of the year. Number 5, it's going to be kind of surprising for most people, Spider-Man Lotus. Yeah, I decided to include this one in here. I actually saw this one when I was at Disney, but this is an exceptionally great fan film. It is a Spider-Man fan film on YouTube. It was released on August 10th, and I absolutely love this movie. What I actually loved about it was that it was a fan film that it's not your usual Spider-Man movie that it has all the where you have Spider-Man going to attack a villain. It was putting the character of Spider-Man, the character of Peter Parker, and putting him into a drama, and basically doing using that character as the aftermath of Gwen Stacy, after the aftermath of Gwen Stacy's death, and what would that mean for Peter? And I think that that story really resonates with certain people, and they really use all the characters in the right ways. Harry has a reason for being, taking pills or whatever. Mary Jane has a reason to go back to smoking, and she's gorgeous in this movie. They also use Flash Thompson as an interesting way too. They just use a lot of great ways to do this movie. So, and even when it comes to the swinging scenes and the little action scenes at the beginning, was great. Even the scene with the cancer boy was also great. I love this movie, even though there could be some things behind the scenes with it and with the cancer boy not necessarily acting sick. Look at the girl from the Spider-Man animated series. She was sick, but she was still all out and about. So I think that was pretty great. So yeah, Spider-Man Lotus number 5. Number 4 is Blue Beetle. So I was also pleasantly surprised with this one because I had no idea that this film was going to be good or even great. And it turned out to be one of my favorite movies of this year, where to me, it's my favorite DCEU film. My favorite project of the DCEU, where it took a simple premise of like the plot lines of Iron Man and Ant-Man, but it told a story that was but it put the Hispanics into the superhero genre, and it was yet still so amazing. The action was amazing. The characters, it was funny. The character of Blue Beetle was awesome, and I'm super excited that we're going to be getting more of him in the DCU from James Gunn. Cannot wait, and I hope we get to see some interactions with these new versions of these characters. But we're actually going to skip number 3 and 2 because the films number 3 is missing. Number 2 is The Sun. But number 1, my favorite 2023 movie is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. If you guys don't know, I love the MCU. It is my favorite movie franchise of all time. It's my favorite movies of all time, and I never actually expected Guardians 3 to be my favorite MCU film, my favorite movie of this year. But what I really love about it is that of all the MCU films that I've seen that are great, like of the ones after Endgame, this one really perfects it all. One of the big things that made Wakanda Forever and No Way Home so great is they had these big moments in the middle of the movie that set the movie to be peak. With No Way Home, it was the death of Aunt May, and in Wakanda Forever, it was the death of Queen Ramonda. In Guardians 3, that big moment the big moment that happens, is right at the beginning of the movie. And what's so great is that the beginning of the movie sets up that the Guardians are these broken heroes, and sets of where they are at this point in time. And the big moment that happens at the beginning of the movie is Adam Warlock attacking Nowhere, beating the crap out of our Guardians, and the loss of that is the injury of Rocket Raccoon. Therefore, the Guardians need to travel across the galaxy as fast as they can to save Rocket's life. But at the same time, as this story is so very simple, we get great character moments, great new worlds introduced, and as this film does it, we get great moments with all of our characters. As Star-Lord was the pinnacle of this trilogy, we get great moments with him, but we also get great moments with all the other characters, with Mantis, with Drax, with Nebula, even 2014 Gamora. Even the characters of Kraglin and Cosmo get great moments in the film. And even, of course, as one of the best characters of the MCU, Rocket, we get to learn more about his backstory and how emotional it is. But at the same time, you also get a villain of the High Evolutionary, Chiwetel Ejiofor, great villain, and he's a villain that you would like to see defeated, as he is terrible in the way he does things. And even the special effects are great. The soundtrack is amazing. And and the Snowflake to Brooklyn scene. The action in this movie is amazing, and I just felt like we're back in the glory days of the MCU. And even then, it's able to be triumphant, it's able to be emotional, it's able to be funny, it's able to be all of that stuff combined. And that's why this movie worked so well for me. It is the best movie of 2023. And the fact that they were able to close out the Guardians trilogy in such an uplifting way, to close out all these characters' arcs, and to have Groot, Drax, Rocket, Nebula. You get to see Nebula smile. Nebula had such a great arc in this movie with her relationship with Rocket, and you get to see her smile as she dances along with everyone else. And you get to see Drax dance, and you get to see Peter reunite with his grandfather. Just all of this stuff in this movie was fantastic. The perfect way to close out the Guardians, the perfect way to close out this amazing section of the MCU. I loved Guardians 3, and it was one of the absolute best movies I've seen in a long time. Ever since I saw it in the theater, I absolutely loved Guardians 3. It was an amazing film. And that's why Guardians 3 is my favorite film of 2023. And thank you guys so much for watching. We're about to hit the 4-hour and 30-minute mark. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. All my social media stuff in the about section over there. And I will see you guys in the next other videos. I'll be uploading tons of videos today because I'm a little bit late today. But see you guys in the next videos. Bye-bye.